All right, good evening, everybody. I'm sorry for the later start today. I'm sure you've noticed between today and yesterday, I'm the start time starting to get pushed back a bit. I'll still try and go the full duration, but I basically just I've been quite busy lately. Another tough day today, unfortunately, but we'll do our best and move ahead. I do also have some tea, so hopefully I'll be a little bit more alert. But yeah, I'll say for the next little while, my hope is to play this game fully. To if I'm going to sit down and do a session, to put my all into it. But obviously, it's one that does promote conversation, and this is the stream in which I've been maintaining my document. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. But yeah, I have I have kind of the dilemma of wanting to maintain the document and consult the document. Also to try and work out the different recipes that I might build over certain periods of time, and that does mean that basically the progress that I've been making inside of the game has been a bit slower in each step. So, like I said, I'll do my best, and I think one of the reasons why I've wanted to go a bit longer on some of the streams are just because I sort of feel like I haven't been following up on everything that I want to do, but. That's kind of neat. I wound up seeing each of the rooms change. And for whatever reason, we don't seem to have that problem that we had last time in terms of the settings. So I'm going to avoid tabbing out to the other screen. I think I'll just maybe try and find my mobile and use that for chat if it comes down to it. But yeah, let's take a quick look. So we have a number of different memories. The ones that... the only one that's going to be going away right away is the hail. So for that, I would want to keep an eye out for edge or sky things that I can do with it. Alternatively, I might want to experiment with edge or sky. So the winning move didn't necessarily produce something to. Sorry, the winning move didn't it wasn't. A persistent memory, but we also didn't go too far down that path, so it may be an idea to use Auroral Contemplations and try and make some kind of higher level edge. In fact, the way that it's set up right now, if I had Arab or Metal, I believe both of those give you an edge aspect. I would in fact be able to achieve the 10 edge required without a memory. So I have the Cucurbit Barrette, which gives me the one edge, and then the Element of the Soul would provide the other. But I don't believe I have another source of edge that would wind up consumed. Although if there is a workbench that would take more than one tool... Aha! So how much you want to bet if I took a saw and let's say the Cucurbit Barrette... Oh, but I still need to add a memory. Yeah, with Torg's Cleansing comes out of that. There is a reason I want to hold back on the hail. I don't believe we have an edge. I don't believe we have edge music, but we would take the Practic Garden Dummy. Okay, that takes an Element of the Soul. But yeah, we can add a second memory. So one could be the winning move, and then the other one could be the hail. And that just gives me access to more edge than I would otherwise have. So that's sort of the logic behind that. So that wasn't necessarily intentional, but it is a start. I think I also talked about how I was going to start taking a chance with the rose text. So before I do that, let's just take a minute here and say, all right, so all of these are in a language I don't understand. We can read the Catalog of Uncharted Pleasures at our leisure. I'm wondering if I already read the Nectar text. I thought I had a Nectar text that would be a little bit of a challenge. Alright, these are all over the place. Yeah, there may be some shots, there may be some opportunities here with the Voyages of Furnish and Memorial, but we won't go too far down that path now. Alright. So I am actually, the more I think of it, the more I'm sort of feeling like I want to follow up on the edge. So let me actually take a second here and plan this out. So I need something to generate the winning move. And honestly, that's just a question of generating a memory. Any memory will do there. Now, for that, we can use Reverend Timothy. Okay, so 1 Foss for the Reverend Timothy. Shapt to boost him, so it was the knock, the drink. Okay, so 1, 7, 12, 14. Okay, so let's say we use the Tryst to... How you doing, Temp Mine? Okay, so we'll use the Tryst to read the big scary book. That leaves me the Foss, the Whist, and the Health, and then at that point, it's really our choice in terms of what we read. So yeah, I think I've got a game plan for the day. So let's start by bringing in Reverend Timothy using the Foss. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Now, the aim here is going to be to generate a... again, we want to generate some kind of edge without using the winter. So I'll leave the Whist aside for that. So this really just leaves me the Foss and the Health for the remainder of the day. So let's start by reading the book containing the Newman. It's here somewhere. There we go. So this is Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, or The House of Glass. Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. So we don't know who is arriving for the affair of the unfinished Lark yet, but generally we deal with these in the evening anyway. Alright, what have we got here? Alright. I never get tired of forgetting the language that the Cosley book is written in. Erica Payan. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, we'll see what comes up with the affair of the unfinished Lark. But at this point, I think I'm just going to content myself with the... Back to Brandkrug. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat, so we're going to talk to him just to get the memory in the first place, and then from there we're going to make things like the winning move and such. And again, the main goal for today is more about experimenting with edge than it is for me to open a particular room or to read a text or something like that. But I don't see these as necessarily being in conflict. I think we can more or less do both. And so in this case here, it's really about trying to get some of that information that I got earlier, on the other day. We could do a similar experiment with hail, with the sky, but I actually think we have a number of sky... Oh yeah, actually, this would be a good argument for me to leave the Foss aside. Right, Constance Oculate Minor, Constance Lee. Don't get in her way. I believe we already have Kilisimi. We do, so in this case I don't need to worry about taking any languages from her. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So I actually think this gossip would be the first step towards me being able to decipher the Concursum diaries. That might be an idea for me. If I get another Rose memory, that might actually be an idea for me to play around with. But again, I'm not in a rush to see those dealt with. Okay, so before we go too much further, let's get that winning move. We need that fairly early in the day to make use of it. And again, in this case, I want the Whist. Okay, so what? What? Oh, right. Okay, so it's not just any memory. It's actually got to be one that I can put into this work spot. Of course. So I guess the question is, how long am I willing to wait on this? Let's take a quick look at the other workbenches. I need something that can take 2 tools. So the Hermit's workbench. No, that's Grail and yeah. Okay, and I'm gonna guess that any of my Grail options here won't satisfy the requirements. Yeah, so it's all well and good for me to say, well, you know, we just take 2 tools, but I do actually need the relevant memories. Okay, so I might have bungled it as far as getting the edge that I need, but we're still gonna give it a try. So we'll use the Rector's assistance again. We know we'll help out Connie Lee with the Affair of the Unfinished Lark. But what I am interested in is boosting up Reverend Timothy. I guess maybe we'll boost up Reverend Timothy after we get the memory that we need. Alright, techniques for perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed, even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Coseley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansus. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints that there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the nowhere hour named Snow. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take our time and not rush into any of the next steps. I really, really like this song. Okay, I think that impulse might help me. I can't remember what my needs were at the workbench. Well, that doesn't help me because that's Moth and Nectar. But what about the Hermitage? Does it count as a Hermitage? Probably doesn't, actually. Okay, so this is a bit of a dilemma for me now. If I want, I can convert the Earth Sign into a memory that Reverend Timothy can work with. And again, I don't have an unlimited amount of time. Or not, actually, you know what? I think I will. But underground, this isn't going to work. Okay, I got to give up the health then. This'll still... I think I can still work with this. Hello, Olaf. Definitely feeling the pressure just to kind of get through everything, but otherwise okay. How are you doing? Oh, right. that doesn't work because I need to be able to put the Auroral Contemplations in it. So yeah, I'm actually much more constrained than I appreciated. Oh, I don't want to give this one up. Okay, so the memories that I'm actually looking for here are Forge, Heart, and Knock memories. Alright, well let's keep with the plan. So I did say that the priority was going to be making these edge recipes. So I'm going to upgrade Reverend Timothy. But let's generate the memory that I need. And I guess in this case, I'll just go ahead and make a contradiction. I suppose the question is, do I give up the health, the Faust, or the Whist for it? The first question would be, I think the Practic Garden dummy is the most likely candidate for any of the work that I'm going to do, and each of these three are eligible. So I suppose the next question would be, if I needed to use the dispensary or the alchemist's glassware. Again, we kind of have something that jumps over all of them. However, I do notice that with the dispensary, it takes Nectar, Knock, Moth, and Heart. So what I'd probably want to do here, and honestly, there isn't a good argument one way or the other, because, right, Winter and Lantern are both covered by Whist, but I think in this case I'm going to give up the Whist to read the relevant text. So the remaining health and Faust will allow me to read what I need. Alright, the Wainscot Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So we're already kind of halfway through the day and we're waiting a minute before I'm going to be making something that takes 90 seconds. Not my favorite way to work out a day, but I think we'll still be able to make this happen. Okay, something just forced my... There we go. My assistant and I fall easily into conversation. Alright, so next step will be to use the Newman. So in this case, this is 5 knock, inescapable confinement. Everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There's only one place you're safe from both, and it's not a place that anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. One of the things that I am finding kind of interesting the more that I go through Book of Hours is the increasing references to the gods from nowhere, and particularly interactions with them which are not complete revulsion. So for instance, in the case of the Cosley work that we've read, he found something useful from interactions with snow, and again, I've never seen a reference to snow before. Gore does not mention the Mansis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggests he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. So here's our contradiction. We will use that right away Right, actually I'm going to need to start making some choices already. Yeah, so I'll use the health here. I want to try and hang on to that Faust as long as I can. I bungled it again, didn't I? Okay, that's fine because I still have something I can... Winning move. Establish a synthesis of alternatives. Wait a minute. I reasoned through it, but I didn't actually deliver. The memory was completely unnecessary. Oh wait, no, it was. I remember now. Okay, yeah, no, sorry. I took leave of my senses for a moment. Bungle should be an in-game item beside the snoodle jar. You know what? It's not that hard for me to get a Faust back. Oh, that's right. I can't use it in the... I'm going to make the winning move here, and I'm going to refresh a Faust from at the Sweet Bones because I didn't quite manage this properly. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So this is money I'd rather not have spent. I could have organized the day a little bit better, but that's fine. It's not a huge expense. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Also, hello, Bit101. Alright, so we're up to 8, so we should drink the knock juice, and then we can bang down any doors that we want. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. I probably should have just double-checked that was what was required, but yeah, we're looking good here. Taking a quick look at a few of the different sort of opportunities to level up. The reason why I'm doing this here is there was a question on YouTube that somebody was asking about finding the areas to improve those. And you know, it's a hard one, right? Because to a certain extent, if you have rooms that are like really deep in the house, it's a little bit like the phonograph record. You know, you're wondering whether or not it's inside the game or not. And I can kind of understand maybe something like Skolakosophy being a bit deeper in. But again, it's a little tricky for recommendations because you still want to allow people to experience the game in their own way. Now, if they come out and say, "Well, just tell me where the upgrade station is," then you can say, "Okay, well, you have to go down into," so on and so forth. But Skolakosophy. But on the other hand, right, you don't want to just come out the gate with, oh yeah, we'll go, amass X, Y, or Z aspects and then beeline it to the center of the caves. Well, I don't know. I'm beginning to think that Weather Factory just made all this up. Skolakosophy, one of the night arts. The study of things that should not be studied. Worms, earthquakes, abrasions in the world's skin. Okay, so we still have a minute to go. We'll be getting a little close to the end of the day, but otherwise we're okay. I don't think I need anything else from Reverend Timothy, so we will open up the Wintry Forbidding, Icy Mists, Coil, and Drift. I don't think we're going to go for the Gossip today. I'm just trying to think. I can't really see a use for my Elements of the Soul. Like, I can see a use for the Elements of the Soul that I have, so I think it would be better for me to just read... Ugh, actually, yeah. I did kind of want to read the text. We'll see where it goes. I figure the surplus Faust I can use in the Sweet Bones to earn a bit of money. The health is a little bit of a different matter just because if I want to drop some water, that'll take 90 minutes, and so I need to time it accordingly. Yeah. Reading? You read books? Fill your mind with other people's thoughts? Better now. Oh, we can have a chat with Connie. Right, Constable Oculate Minor, Constance Lee, don't get in her way. So let's talk about the affair of the unfinished lark. You've heard of the sculptor's death. It's off our patch, but it seems to have come to our door. Try a book with as much mystery sky as their sky interest, which is 3, so it should be pretty straightforward. I think Apollo and Marsyas might fit that, actually. Nope, that's hard. Zidane's killer wears a human shape, but it's a renegade spirit of the lower skies. It's taken refuge in London. It won't be easy to find, but these things always have their weaknesses. I actually really like this depiction of Connie. You never really get to hear from her directly in Cultist Simulator, but the tone is... I don't know if anybody else kind of plays these games this way, but the tone is kind of like I imagined it in Cultist Simulator. And if you don't play the game that way, give it a try. It's good fun. There is a heretical and hated game engine that this game is made in called Unity. Sorry, just need a minute here. Actually, completely forgot the point I was going to make about Unity. You're just working on Sunless Sea before the... Oh, for the... Oh yeah, now I remember the Unity point I was going to make. Working on Sunless Sea before this, so I'm assuming you mean playing the game. If you remember a Failbetter, hello! So I'm just looking for that. Right, Perugian Diaries. Technically speaking, you know, he wasn't murdered. Only a human being can commit murder. The legal situation is much the same as if Zidane had been struck by lightning in another country entirely. Luckily, the Bureau doesn't worry about technicalities, isn't it? It's a bit immersive. It's... I don't know if you know this, but actually the developer of this game was the founder of Failbetter Games, so is the creative director of Fallen London and Sunless Sea, but not Sunless Skies. Although I do believe Lottie was a producer on that for the early stages of development. Anyways, so yeah, when I say give it a try, there was one... not all the games in between. You're not going to try Machine Cares. I don't even know if that's still live. But yeah, so there's a developer called Robert Yang. I think he works at NYU. Oh, Book of Hours is really wonderful. You want to get your Z-legs first. You know, the funny thing is, I actually was one of those people who bounced off of Sunless Sea first, and I was in that cohort who had heard good things about the game, but wasn't quite ready to like stick through the fairly difficult opening. You know, just compared to the rest of the game. So it took me a long time to finally appreciate all of the stuff that people were sort of raving about for the game, but I eventually got around to it. I think it was actually after I played Cultist Simulator that I finally went into Sunless Sea. But yeah, so I was actually just when I said try it sometime, but I wanted to share this. I don't know how many of you have tried out Unity, but there's a developer named Robert Yang, and again, he's more of an academic, so he tends to make a lot of kind of like gay sims, right? So there'll sometimes be one, and like they'll have kind of some neat hooks. So I think there was like one where you see like a guy in a shower, and part of the game is that there will only be certain times where this character shows up. So part of the game is actually playing it at the right time and such. And it's entirely about like, giving back rubs and stuff like that. Like, again, these are experimental games. I'm not recommending that you run out and play all the Robert Yang games. And as far as I can tell, they are not actually playable on Twitch, which is a bit of a point of, it's a bit of a point of contention, because the case, and this is a case that comes up in a lot of different ones. Like, it would be hard to say that Yang's games are pornography in the same way that if you remove your filters on Steam, you're going to see a bunch of anime games with preposterously proportioned figures, in increasingly compromising situations. Whereas in this case here, probably you're getting a bit closer to sort of the more experimental or out there kind of stuff that you maybe see around the 60s. I mean, even now, right? But like there is usually a difference between the two, and ultimately it kind of comes down to the point, right? But one way or another, you can't play this stuff on Steam, and it's maybe not stuff that's, so far as I can tell, it's not really intended for commerce so much as it's an effort to sort of push the envelope in terms of what games can be. And I will admit, there is actually a game that does have some neat ideas with the... I'm sorry, this is such a long anecdote that has nothing to do with Book of Hours, but some of the idea... And by the way, I have to confess, I've only heard of Yang's games, so I could be completely missing like what this stuff is about. But I remember talking about this one specifically with someone who had talked with him, and I had a couple of questions where it's like, so what's the point, right? And that was what I got. My interest is purely academic. No, not even. But in any case, the one game that has actually done this, and I think it predated that game that I was talking about. It's called Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery. And the phases of the moon are a feature of the game. It's actually, Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, I believe, is the first game I played on an iPad. But what the game does is that it takes a look at the time. Okay, yeah, so Bit 101, you probably know this, but in that game, the phases of the moon actually have an effect on the game. And I'm not talking about phases of the moon like as represented in the game. I'm talking about what's actually happening in the real world. So again, you can sort of see this difference here. Now, in the case of Yang's game, he's sort of talking about, sort of a relationship building between a couple of people, and this idea of, being in the right place in the right time. And I'm sure, for some people at least, they may have seen someone that they quite liked, and you kind of make sure that you're in the same place they are at the same time. Like, I think he's talking about what is probably a very real life experience for a number of people. Whereas in the case of Super Brothers, it's sort of an interesting play with the idea of this object that you're always going to be carrying around with you. I think there's something really interesting about that particular game, just because there was a PC version of it, but I believe it was originally intended to be on the tablet. And so as a result, you see the creation of a game for this device, which is probably always going to be around with you, right? Whereas if you're playing a game at a console or a PC, you're fixed in one place. Anyways, where I was going with this was that I have seen, I see his tweets every once in a while. And he horrified people by saying that apparently all of his games are in the same Unity project. So, like any other piece of software, you can sort of open a project, and that's where you put all of your, your scripts and your art assets and so on and so forth. And essentially what he does in Unity, games are divided in between scenes. So I would make a guess here that probably, at least for Book of Hours, the main menu is one scene. This whole area is one scene. I don't know if the Tree of Wisdoms would count as its own scene or not. It's possible that this is just overlaid. But yeah, I mean, I think actually if you go into the files, there's like 4 or 5 scenes, but it's not that big of a deal to go in. It's not like I'm able to open the Unity project and see what's going on inside of it. But basically this idea here is that instead of having a different project for each game, he will make a different Unity scene for each game, and every single game that he has made exists within this one super project. And then he just sort of if he's moving on to another one, he disables the scene and does another one. And then, of course, when he exports the game, it's not, it's not that he puts the whole collection out in one. I think the idea is that he'll put out he'll export that individual scene. And again, it's just like one of these ones where if you've ever seen comments when people say that they don't use version control, and then like all of the programmers are like freaking out that they, what do you do when, if you make a mistake, the reaction was a bit like that, like just complete horror at the idea of someone keeping all of their games in one super project. And I just remember his very calm response, which was like, yeah, give it a try. You might like it. So anyways, like I said, that was a really, really long story that was completely unrelated to Book of Hours. But now you all can go try Unity and you can make your own big games. And I guess we can answer the question, Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator do not take place in the same universe because they don't belong to the same Unity project. Anyways, on to our tasks. So our talk verb's taken up for 60 seconds. We've got I think a minute for the rest of the day, so we'll be able to, I feel like I'm going to be able to get at least one of these working at the Sweet Bones, and then I should at least be able to write down some of my Edge stuff. I'm going to steal the source so you can merge them. So it's a little early to be talking about Weather Factory's next project as viewers, but I think Weather Factory has talked about some of what they have on the horizon in one of the, I can't remember if it was a Reddit thing or if it was in a different conversation, but it is kind of interesting to know that there's the Sixth History license, and it'll be kind of interesting to see if there's sort of a flourishing of projects existing in the same setting, or if if Weather Factory sort of winds up being the major driver of whether or not further games are developed inside of this setting. All right, winning move. Those who've studied the Hours of the Edge often say that the world is a war, the chorality. Every event that might happen differently is a battle in that war, a contention between alternate outcomes. The wisdoms can sometimes show those battles might be won. Okay, so the aim here is to do a bit of an accounting of Edge, and specifically with a winning move. Okay, so this is... Oh, hang on. We're one short. Nuts. I probably actually should have worked out my numbers before I I went too far with this. Okay, well that's fine. Let's see what we can do with our chemistry set, because normally I can get a bit more edge out of... Oh, that's right. Tricky. Tricky. So if I want to use the winning move, I actually have to use it in something that only accepts edge. So we have the practice equipment, but again, that takes elements of the soul. Oh no, this is interesting. I think this is a bug. Sorry, I just need a minute. I'm gonna make a note here. Okay. So getting rid of the winter. How do I do this? Yeah, so I'm still at the 14. So I could add the omen, but then I would need an element of the soul, which I can't produce here. I'm gonna make a guess that we don't have any other edge altars that we can play around with, but we will look. This gives me a start. Okay, so now I'm looking for either metal remains, gems, or fuel. And really at this point this is about finding... So like the steel wire, I'll work with it if I have to. But the hope here is that I can find something a little edgy. I'm not really confident that we're going to be getting much from the... I just don't think these offer us a lot of edge. Using an assistant for fuel sounds a bit edgy to me. Now, the perniculate. Oh, that's right. No, I think I remember what I think I remember how I used to do this. Okay, Ava's desk is a little too tricky for this, but my good friend George Collars has come to the rescue. So it's the perniculate that's going to give me what I need here. Yep. Invincible audacity. Okay, Auroral Contemplations with Keeper level Edge plus a winning move creates Invincible Audacity. So that is the Keeper 2, I believe. Yeah. Now, I do want to see if I can find a way to arrange this in such a way that I'm able to build this, but without giving up the Perniculate. If I have to, I can make it. Let me just take a look here. So scholar level Disciplines of the Scar will make this. Also putrefactions and calcinations. And Sickle and Eclipse. So I do have a replacement if it comes down to that. I suppose the only real drawback here is that I had to give up a lot to make this work. So I'm not going to be able to explore some of the other edge stuff until I'm a bit better aligned. So even here with Sickle and Eclipse, we're coming up short. Evith, great to hear. Great to hear. I've delivered. So, welcome. I'm very happy to have you here. Although I completely understand. Ooh, the Scaptodon Fang will help us. Sorry, I need a minute to think. Just be sure to put me on speakers and work so that you can enjoy, as Bit 101 called it, the Kukurbit Asmar. Okay, I'm going to throw the Scaptodon Fang in here for a minute just while I sort things out. So we get 8 out of that, and then we would need to add an element of the soul. So yeah, we really only have 2 points to work with here. Let's see. So what are some of the edge things that I can... Oh, hey, dog. Figure we can put the dog in the oubliette. There won't be any objections to that. The Schloss Jannings is probably going to help me too. Cat's Claw. Oh yeah, so Cat's Claw will be how I make more Perniculate if it comes down to that. But yeah, so for a start, I think the easy thing to say is that I don't... Oh, hang on. The Lignum Vitae Blank. But I don't think that fits the... Oh, it does. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is get myself the extra, basically the extra points to be able to figure out some... Hungry Cat seems like it'd be edgy. Not a bad point. I believe the cat is Grail, though, so the hungers are definitely aligned. I feel that Hungry Cat, or actually cats in general, are better aligned with Grail. I believe the connection between Grail and cats has existed as far back as Exile as well. So if you're being pursued by certain figures in the game, it is possible to throw cats at them and get away. So yeah, the aim here was just to try and build up as much edge as I could. So I'm one short of what I would get at the desk, in the sense that like I would like to be able to add the Perniculate in some cases, but because I can't put a liquid in here, I'll settle for the Lignum Vitae Blank. Okay. So we have what we need for Auroral Contemplations. So now what we want to look for are the remaining edge skills, and particularly ones that I can get to the Keeper level with, just so I can see if there are any other goodies I can find. Okay, so Libidic Tincture we already know. Now Sickle, this may be one that we want to try the Ugolink with. So I'm going to start taking some notes here to look at ones that I would want to add the... So I'm going to go back to Sickle and Eclipse when I've got the Perniculate. There is also the possibility that you would combine over different aspects, but the challenge here is that I don't want to do every possible combination each time I take one of these times to experiment. Okay, so Disciplines of the Hammer, Invincible Audacity. I can't remember, is Edge the primary on that? Yeah. And so yeah, unless I have another level 5 Edge. Yeah, so Ragged Crossroads I believe is going to be 14. Yeah, so we're one short of what we need there. Okay, well that's a start. Very Name of the Rose. That's the Umberto Eco book you're referring to, I'm assuming. So I don't need to worry about incorporating the winning move now. We've already tested those, so we'll add Faust in this case. But Sickle and Eclipse doesn't get added. Okay, so I need to find something with Moon. So I believe the Noctuary will take the Moon. Okay, so the Perniculate... but we're still one short. So we can add that here, we're at 11. I mean, I do have the old... No, even the old wound doesn't work here. Man, this is not an easy one to work with. I don't think it takes the Perniculate, though. Yeah, huh. It's sort of an outside chance at Ava's desk. Well, not with this setup, but it would be Collar's desk. So I can try this outside chance where I bring in the ink. So I guess it doesn't matter if it's hail or not. So, but yeah, so then I would need to say, well, where are the edge papers? And unfortunately, there isn't something that meets that requirement here. Okay. Again, the chancel would have been... Well, no, actually, the chancel wouldn't have done it. Oh, this... Sean Connery was in that, right? Okay. Scaptodon Fang would work. Actually, you know what? We have some potential. I shouldn't throw this away right away. So we can add the wood. Then we add Sickle and Eclipse. Oh, we're still one short. Oh, but it does take the old wound. Cool. Got it. Okay, that's primary edge. So now, actually, this is also helpful. So if that creates serpent milk, and in fairness, I probably should have been messing around with this so much earlier because I forgot. It's actually, turns out this is a very high level beverage. Oh, sorry. Karash says, I don't want to see any gameplay of Book of Hours until I unlock the whole house, but I just wanted to say that you're making awesome YouTube videos, awesome content. Keep doing it, and sadly, see you when I unlock the full house. Karash, I don't know if you're still around, but thank you for saying that. I really do appreciate it, and I completely understand the wish to come in and play the game sort of on your own terms, so no worries there. But yeah, if you're not around, actually, I'll maybe just type. But yeah, no, I completely understand people's desire to engage with the game. Engage with the game on their own terms. So I really do appreciate when people come by. I mean, number one, I like it when people mention the YouTube channel, just because it sort of helps me know that there is actually sort of a crossover between the two worlds. And I think Kree is kind of the prototypical example of someone who kind of says, yeah, I originally found you through YouTube, and has become a valued member of the community. Among others, I certainly don't mean to single someone out just to the exclusion of others. But I think she was one of the first cases where I had sort of recognized a familiar name from YouTube. Well, sorry, not the first. There are definitely. I'm remembering now. There are some before. But yeah, in the case of Kree, actually, I can remember she was really nice in terms of just letting me know a little bit about the path through which she found the channel, and like the YouTube channel, and then eventually the Twitch stream. So those are just kind of helpful to me because, like I said, I don't often watch a lot of YouTube and Twitch. So as a result, I'm sometimes at a loss in terms of how people find things. It's it's actually one of the reasons why I would never really open a business. Beyond, I do kind of have like a little sole proprietorship for the Twitch stream, but this is kind of a hobby that I'm making some money off of. So for tax purposes, it's helpful to kind of just have a proper accounting of how things are being spent. But the biggest challenges, and I think this is something that every business sort of struggles with. And I mean, in the end, this is really what discoverability is. At its most fundamental level, I think a lot of the discoverability conversations for independent gaming come down to this: is that if you want to run a business, you need to find customers, and some people are quite good at sort of pounding the pavement and selling themselves and knowing an appropriate price to price the services at, and so on and so forth. And some people, it may feel like they're very natural at it, and instead, they just, I don't want to say that they're lucky, but they're able to go in without a complete picture, which is probably true for most people, I think, who actually do things. Because if you just sort of sit down and plan the whole time, you usually find that you didn't plan for the things that you needed to, and you never really get the thing done. That's my experience anyway, because I'm definitely somebody who likes to overplan. But like, not planning is its own problem. But yeah, I mean, in the end, what is the discoverability problem but the problem any small business owner runs into, which is, where do I find customers from, right? You can set up a coffee shop, but why do people walk in and check out your coffee shop? I can make a coffee truck. This is something that used to be the case in Vancouver Film. There were a couple of vans that would go around, and they'd have like an espresso machine and all of that set up. And what they'd basically do is, instead of having the trainee go out and buy people coffee, these people would go out to a film set, and people would sort of go in there, and essentially they just have a small cafe that is set up in the back of their van, and they actually did quite well for themselves doing that. So yeah, it's but if you do that outside of a Starbucks, let's say, it's going to be like, you know, hey, but my coffee's cheaper than Starbucks. It's like, no, thanks, that's okay. We'll give it to you for free. You know, jumping out of a van, offering people free coffee at a Starbucks is probably not going to endear you to people. We've got Flames FTS. Hello, how are you doing? Is there a market for serpent milk out of the back of windowless van? They had windows, but yes, I do like the description. Actually, Bit101 pointed out a great line in this. So serpent milk, it does look almost like milk, and it is drinkable, but don't give it to cats or babies. So this is a 6-edge, 2-knock, 3-scale liquid and beverage. So Cyclone Eclipse. So I don't think I have a whole lot more that I can do because we're right at the edge on 15 here. But if I have another 7 kicking around... Well, I couldn't from the 5s and 4s, so I think that's it for our experimentation. I'm happy I did that, though. Milking sounds very edgy. What is this game? This game is Book of Hours. I don't know if you've ever played Cultist Simulator, but it's a wonderful, very relaxing game where you sort of inherit an occult library from... Well, you're the librarian of Hush House. You inherit this occult library, and part of the game is figuring out what happened in the library. There's this whole story about apparently a fire that caused it to be abandoned, and yet when you arrive, you don't see evidence of a fire. But in addition, you get a better understanding of what's going on in the world, both from visitors, but also by reading the various texts that you find and cataloging them. So it's very much a game that captures the feeling of being in an old house and exploring all of the different rooms and finding all sorts of delightful things. And Hamswitch is here asking a question about the delightful things that you find. So you're just getting started. Is there any way to order more tea? Not directly, but there are a few different ways that you can get some tea. So I don't have a lot of examples of boxes anymore. In fact, I don't think I have any. But every once in a while, some of the containers that you find will sometimes carry tea in them. Actually, okay, so first of all, I'm going to assume... This statement is going to sound like I'm talking to a simpleton, and I apologize. I don't mean it this way. But it's easy to... Do they drink novelty? It's very easy to miss this sort of stuff. So, you know, you probably know this, but just for the benefit of those for which it may not have been obvious, the first way that you can get more tea is, you know, there are packages of tea, and in particular, the pantry will have packages of tea. So the first thing is that you are able to get more of these things inside of the packages if you brew it. So in order to... that's the kitchen range. That's not going to work. But if I take one of the fireplaces, if you want to make tea instead of set it on fire... Well, this is drinking cocoa, but it's the same idea. So if you cast an object into the fire, it will be transformed, destroyed, lost. And then if you add some effort, brew over the fire, bring water to the boil, permit the potential here to express itself. So... First, yeah, renounce the TRN limited drinking cocoa. But that would be the first one, right? Is that if you don't find if you exhaust all of the different pots of tea in the house, you can brew additional pots of tea if that's what you're looking for. But I think the question that you're asking for is, I have exhausted my tea reserves. Is there any way for me to get more? And not directly. So what you would generally want to do is to try and find an equivalent in terms of what those different beverages would give you. So for instance, the old, I think it's the second flush of Sam. I might have one more. Yeah, so this I wound up converting into a bunch of glassfinger toxins. So this will give me 1 edge, 1 knock, and 1 lantern. And I do actually have other ways of getting most of those aspects right now. So if I wanted to give someone edge, we just found a recipe for serpent milk. And serpent milk does not require me to have a drink to make it. Now, serpent milk is like killing a fly with an anvil, right? You probably don't need to go for a 6 intensity beverage, but just to give you an example, crafting will allow you to make beverages that would give you at least the same, if not more, as what your other teas are. Come to think of it, I actually don't think I have an equivalent for lantern. But if you're specifically looking to make that tea, your best bet would probably be to check out Crowcross Sands, because every once in a while some packages will wash up on the beach, and sometimes they will contain tea. I'm assuming that this is just a leftover from the Boston Tea Party. The other thing to keep in mind is that sometimes if what you're really looking for from the tea is the specific aspect, so I'm going to use the second Flush Assam as an example here. So we've got the edge, we've got the lantern, we've got the knock. In terms of being able to get an equivalent from some of the others, Schloss Jannings gives me 2 edge. It wasn't Domaine Reveille, I was looking for the Dandelion wine. So this will give me a lantern. The only thing that I think I'm missing out of here would be knock. But as you can see here, I completely appreciate that it can definitely be a challenge once you've exhausted something. Like there were 4 or 5 bottles of Dandelion wine that I've gone through. So your best bet would be to make some more trips to Crowcross Sands if you're at the point where you feel that you've used up all of your existing tea. But in terms of the idea of like going down into the kitchen or dragging out some leaves from the garden or something like that, so far as I can tell, you can't make tea that way. Although it's also fair to say that I've not completely played the game top to bottom, so I might be missing something there. But yeah, in general, the game will provide you something that will give you the equivalent. And one go-to for me lately has been Eigengrau. That doesn't give you lantern or anything, but the Winter and the Moon has kind of been how I usually renew that. But yeah, if you have any specifics in terms of like what you're looking for beverages, I can probably recommend a substitute or two for whatever you're looking for. Okay, so Reverend Timothy is still working away at his location. I guess the time has come. I need to figure out... No, sorry, there is one other thing I want to do now that I know about the serpent milk. You've just been using them to recover aspects. Ah, okay. So here's something that might be helpful for you. Have you gotten to the Hush House well yet? Because you absolutely can use the drinks for that. But if you're looking for something renewable to renew your aspects with, you can actually use the Hush House well to draw up a pitcher of water. And so in this case here, you can... this would be a renewable source of a beverage that you can go to bed with. And alternatively... if you would like to renew an element of the soul, this is something that I learned a little bit later through playing it, but if you put a fatigued element of the soul, and the trick here is just, usually whenever I miss this stuff, it's because I didn't click on the empty box and see specifically what was said. So you'll notice if I go to Mr. and Mrs. Kill, it says that it can't be fatigued, and you'll see that for most of the activities that you can do. But in the case of the Sweet Bones, it does actually accept a fatigued element of the soul. So if you give that a try, then you get rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. And in this case here, if you pay 2 pence, you can actually recover it after a minute, which is shorter than what it would take to... it's shorter than what it would take to rest inside of bed. Resting inside of bed takes 90 seconds, whereas this takes 60. And then if you're worried about being able to afford it, if you use something like Fost, Shapt, or Whist Health Metal, I think that's it. Each of those will get you 6 pence. So basically, if you spend a tuppence and then you just use it for any of those skills, and you just use it to work at the Sweet Bones again, your net increase is positive. So basically you get for the full action, if basically what you do is you use an element of the soul to work and then you renew it to use it for something else, you net 4 pence and you still have your element of the soul. And then if you do it with Trist, Fet, I think it's just Trist and Fet, you'll get a tuppence. Arab is the only one that doesn't give you any money for that. You basically interrogate the people. Yeah, basically anything with Lantern Forge... Core is also another one of those. So basically Heart, Forge, Lantern... Is it Heartforge, Lantern? I think it's just Heartforge and Lantern are actually the 3 that you need. It'll probably tell me if I... Yeah, one way or the other. But yeah, so in this case here, like if you rest and work in the Sweet Bones, basically it's 4 pence for 2 minutes, which is not a great return, but it keeps you above if one thing that's really important to you is to renew your Elements of the Soul. And then alternatively, another approach that you can take would be just, plan out your day. So like one thing I've been doing, I haven't renewed my Elements of the Soul that much in this game. And that's just because, in the end, there isn't a whole lot that absolutely must be done on the same day for me. And so as a result, I'm able to have a little bit more flexibility. But that's not necessarily true for... That's not true for everything for me. So it's, it's a kind of a 50-50 call in some of these. Okay, there is one more thing I want to try at the Alchemist's Glassware. So because I'd neglected the Serpent Milk for so long, it did occur to me that I might be able to get some more edge information. So we're going to add this to the solution. I guess the wood would be the best option here for the substance. So I can use the... Oh, I can't use the hail. Ah, sacre bleu! So I can at least find out what Sharps needs. No, I can't. It needs moon. What aspect would cockroaches be? That's a good question. Scale, maybe? Assuming scale is an aspect. Okay, how do I make this work? Okay, so this would need a memory. I'm going to assume this is winning move. Yeah. Okay. Edict's Marshal is also moon. Okay, that makes more perniculate. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Let me just... Why did I say perniculate was for knock? I'm also curious. I think my Disciplines of the Scar might be wrong, so I'm going to double check that. Okay, so we're good there. The shame here is if I could add the winning move in this spot, I would be able to... I'd be able to possibly learn what the Keeper level 1 would be. Hang on. Yeah. Okay, so I think Ragged Crossroads is the last one. Okay, and presumably this is a winning move as well. Yeah. Okay, so I've got my full complement of, hang on. Ooh. Oh wait, no, because if I get rid of the serpent milk, then it's... Oh no. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to see if that would take the ink, but I don't think it will. Okay, but there is one more thing that I want to do here, which is I'm worried that my Disciplines of the Scar... Let me make sure that... Yeah, so I'm worried that my Disciplines of the Scar is actually wrong in terms of its production. So that's a Lantern Edge. Let's go to... No, I'd have to do this at the alchemy station. Okay, Disciplines of the Scar, we'll add Faust for the heck of it. Right. My memories are a bit of a pain here. Let's add Cat's Claw because I can. Ah, so this counts as a leaf and a flower. Interesting. Okay, well, for the sake of argument then, let's just add the serpent milk. Yeah. That would have been the first case where I could have made something special with a different ingredient, and that may be true, but it's not necessarily one that I wanted to sort of hang my hat on. So, anyways, okay, so I've got basically the information that I needed. Because I already know what Serpent's Milk does, and I don't actually have an immediate need for high-level edge yet, I do want to create the audacity to win. So we're going to try and put together this winning move and company. And again, this is a lot harder than I thought it would be. So really, the Practic Garden Dummy should be like a really easy path to getting this done. Yeah, because this only takes elements of the soul, but you'll notice we're 3 short in this case. So I suppose the other game I can play is... Now, you know what? Let's not try to get too clever. Let's just go to Caller's desk. We'll use the ink, and then I can just make myself a new ink when the time comes. If we get hit by Numa, that's kind of a shame, but it would be nice to get information in terms of what this would do. Nice quote. All right. Extend your understanding into a more potent edge lesson. Auroral Contemplations with keeper level edge plus a winning move creates invincible audacity. So our last step now would be to find something to do with the health. Now, under normal circumstances, you know, I'd maybe consider drawing up some water. I do already have a pitcher of Isle water. But given that I had to give something up in order to make this this edge item, I want to see if there's a way for me to be able to recover my... I want to see if I'm able to recover my my perniculate. So Sickle and Eclipse, I think, is my best bet. Yeah, so I really only need leaf. Actually, this will be a piece of cake. Or should be, at least. Okay, so we add Sickle and Eclipse here. I need leaf, and Cat's Claw is good for this because it gives me 2 edge. You're kidding me. Huh. So that doesn't take moon. That doesn't take moon. Workbenches aren't exactly known for their subtlety. So we can use the hail. No way! Oh god, okay. So I guess it really is just a question of, okay, you know what the funny thing is? Then I'm wondering how I would have learned to add leaf. I'm sure I'm missing something very obvious in terms of my crafting stations here. So let's go room by room because it's been a while. So this is the Silver Vault, which shouldn't have anything. The Rowanarium has an altar, which wouldn't accept. We're going to save that for later. The upper pump room just takes metal here. The Hall of Voices. Oh, you know what? We might be able to brew. We might be able to brew an ink over the hearth. This is a fun idea. There we go. All right. There might be other combinations that I can try, but this works for me. All right. So, not the easiest path that I took. All right, and we've got a new room now. So, 4 Dawn books. Oh, this is... Or is this the Horned Axe? Chapel Asite, the Horned Axe says, "Never speak of this mystery. When the Thunderskin was mortal, he served the hours who slew my kind. I required the Thunderskin's death, and so the Grail gave him up. There is always a reckoning, and nothing is truly forgotten." The Horned Axe, who opens the way and keeps the threshold, is accounted the last of the gods from stone. Technically speaking, you know, he wasn't murdered. Only a human being can commit murder. The legal situation is much the same as if Zidane had been struck by lightning in another country entirely. Luckily, the Bureau doesn't worry about technicalities, isn't it? Or sorry, lucky the Bureau doesn't worry about the technicalities, isn't it? So this was Connie Lee, MCO Lee, sent off to track down the entity that she believed had murdered Zidane, a renegade spirit of the lower skies. And we are bringing back our occult currency. So, a scale edge winter knock altar. So this will accept a tool or a memory. An owl of spirals, an ancient bird for an ancient place. Well, honestly, if the Horned Axe is associated with owls, I think I may have a new favorite hour. Cat of Depths, a votive offering to the horned axe. Yes, so Bet 101 appreciates the cats here. Behold the glory of the cat statues. So serpentinite slab as well as granite slab, and then 4 Dawn period texts. So we have one more book that we can go into. So A Honeyed Forbidding. The air is thick with scents of honey and yewberries, enough to daze the heart and mind. So that would take 14 heart or 14 nectar. So I suppose the big question is, do I have anything that grants us such a high level of heart or nectar? And I think honestly the songs are probably my best bet. Or actually no, because we used the... Well, maybe. Didymos, I feel like, is something that we used music for, but then I guess that was Sky that we had used, so we still have some paths that we can go down. But yeah, 14 heart or nectar is certainly a tall order, so we're going to want to think rather carefully about who we might recruit in order to accomplish that. The one bit of good news we have is that we do technically have the collector's edition of the Sacrament Callicite, which gives both Grail and Heart, because this was basically, it was bugged. If you start a new game, this is going to have the right aspects, but they didn't want to sort of ruin people's saves, and so, you know. But I think this is actually one of these points that I was talking about, where I may very well be at the limit of what I can accomplish without upgrading my elements of the soul further. I do want to try and give the Honeyed Forbidding a shot, and I do want to also give the Sagging Dock a shot, because even though I don't have core and like a number of other different things, what I also don't have is I don't have like a level 6 memory or a level 6 drink to give people. So I feel like I should at least try and see if I can find some of the keeper level recipes to be able to unlock these other rooms. But it's also fair to say that for the next little while I might be focusing more on reading the text that I find and working on my crafting. Hello, Bionic Beans. Alright, a lot of requests for ASMR today, so listen carefully. Fire, iron, dusk, air, all wrenched into a configuration designed to confine something very dangerous. That something is long gone, but the configuration still has its uses. For 3 years, the sculptor adept Zuthimalim Zidane has labored at his masterpiece, an abstract sculpture that speaks with the voice of the desert lark, and now, puzzlingly and suddenly, he is dead. Sorry, I know this is one that actually really bugs people, so I should give it a rest. With Keeper level Edge, Perniculate is the precursor to Serpent Milk. So I could have actually gotten the tip for Serpent Milk if only... Actually, I probably did get that tip. I just didn't think to use it. Is it still sitting on Solomon's desk? Yep, so that means that I've made a Perniculate before. Okay, let's see what the weather brings before I commit myself to too much today. Oh, hang on. Where's the... Oh, right. Okay, we crossed over without completing the task. And we're in a gale, so that's 3 heart, 3 sky. That's actually a good time for me to start thinking about what kind of heart recipes I might make. So I think I'm going to have 2 priorities for today. 1, explore with heart, and then number 2, I'm going to try and read up on the catalog of Uncharted Pleasures. And I suppose the question is there anything that I need to do before... No, not really. But I do need to generate a memory. So we'll say we'll give up the tryst for reading Fekri's Herbery. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So just a recollection. You might say it's like, wait a minute, you had a free thing that you could get. Why didn't you do it? There was a key here. Rowena the Legion, the protectress of the house, holds the mayor's key of Wormstone, which opens the door to nowhere. Now and then she has lent it unwisely, but only once has she lent it to Ys. The Roenarium, once there was a brother and sister who loved each other greatly. They resolved that they were one soul split into two bodies, and that their greatest wish was to become one. They found the hidden isle where the twins, the sister and witch, had arrived when they crossed the great ocean, and a sacred pool on which the moon shone only once a year. There they spoke with the twins in dreams, and they learnt how they might become conjoined as one flesh and immortal. Now the brother's resolution failed her, and though he loved his sister, he could not choose to spend eternity joined in one flesh. The sister could not persuade him, and she would not abandon him or force him. So they used their arts to live long lives, close but separate, and they made a double foundation of monks and nuns, as chaste as they had always been, but each nun had her brother twin, and none could enter alone. In time, the sister found her own immortality, and to this day she walks the world by moonlight. The brother died, and his bones are buried in the room beneath the well, but his children live on. The Hotel California room key. But yeah, so there's something pretty special about this. There's even more details in terms of this this couple here, but for now we'll settle for Lady Rowena. For as long as there has been a hush house, there have been stories of an enigmatic protectress. And in this case here, just is worth remembering in terms of the name. So, the Mayor's Key of Wormstone. So now we know what this is made out of. Wormstone. So heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn. Heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. That sure does get straight. Yeah, depending on the rooms that you go into, it gets a little weird. But yeah, so it's fair to say, and I mean, I guess the horses here, seeing in references to the mare, maybe not so surprising, but you are meddling with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Beale. This is one of these things you want to be careful in terms of what you're messing with. Okay, so I am getting what I need to be able to read the Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures. What will my next step be? I don't see a lot of value in trying the Concursum Diaries yet. So let me see... The telescope looks like a dope-ass artillery piece. The scholars of the house watch the course of the stars to determine their past and understand their future. And the Watchman's Tower Observatory. Actually, one thing I will do, just because I'm going to take a small break in a little bit. It doesn't hurt for me to take a minute to sort of think this through, because I'm actually really feeling the pinch in terms of the number of elements of the soul that I have. But there is a reference to an event here. So Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brankrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576. By happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. So I was wondering if this might be related to the idea of the fire in the in Hush House. Mostly because there was an earlier reference to the comet being the fire, and who knows, maybe it is, and I just didn't quite realize the connection. But I did actually look this up. It was 1577, right? Yeah. So, the Great Comet of 1577. The Great Comet of 1577, official designation C1577 V1. Is a non-periodic comet that passed close to Earth during the year 1577 AD, being classed as non-periodic indicated by its official designation beginning with C, meaning that it is not expected to return. In 1577, the comet was visible to all Europe and was recorded by contemporaries of the time, including the famous Dutch astronomer Tycho Brahe and Turkish astronomer Taqi al-Din. For his observations of the comet, Brahe was able to observe that comets and similar objects travel above the Earth's atmosphere. The best fit using JPL Horizons suggests that the comet is currently about 324 AU, 48.5 billion kilometers from the Sun, based on 24 of Brahe's observations spanning 74 days from the 13th of November 1577 to the 26th of January 1578. Observations by Brahe and others. Using all the records to estimate the orbit, it seems that the perihelion was October 27th. The first recorded observation is from Peru. 5 days later, the accounts noted that it was seen through the clouds like a moon. It is recorded in the Codex Oban as appearing on Wednesday, the 6th of November, 1577, as a smoking star in the Nahuatl language text of Folio 60V. On November 7th, in Ferrara, Italy, architect Piero Ligorio described the comet shimmering from a burning fire inside the dazzling cloud. On November 8th, it was reported by Japanese astronomers with a moon-like brightness and a white tail spanning over 60 degrees. Tycho Brahe, who is said to have first viewed the comet slightly before sunset on November 13th, after having returned from a day of fishing, was the most distinguished observer and documenter of the comet's passing. Sketches found in one of Brahe's notebooks seem to indicate that the comet traveled close to Venus. These sketches depict the Earth at the center of the solar system, with the Sun and Moon in orbit and the other planets revolving around the Sun, a model that was later displaced by heliocentricity. Brahe made thousands of very precise measurements of the comet's path, and these findings contributed to Johannes Kepler's theorizing of the laws of planetary motion and realization that the planets moved in elliptical orbits. Kepler, who was Brahe's assistant during his time in Prague, believed that the comet's behavior and existence was proof enough to displace the theory of celestial spheres, though this view turned out to be overly optimistic about the pace of change. Brahe's discovery that the comet's comma faced away from the Sun was also significant. One failing of Brahe's measurements was exactly how far out of the atmosphere the comet was, and he was unable to supply meaningful and correct figures for this distance. However, he was at least successful in proving that the comet was beyond the orbit of the Moon and about the Earth, and further to this, was probably near 3 times further away. He did this by comparing the position of the comet in the night sky where he observed it, the island of Ven near Copenhagen, with the position observed by Thaddeus Hagecius in Prague at the same time, giving deliberate consideration to the movement of the Moon. It was discovered that, while the comet was in approximately the same place for both of them, the Moon was not, and this meant that the comet was much further out. Brahe's finding that comets were heavenly objects, while widely accepted, was the cause of debate up until and during the 17th century, with many theories circulating within the astronomical community. Galileo claimed that comets were optical phenomena, and this made their parallaxes impossible to measure. However, this hypothesis was not accepted. Several other observers recorded seeing the comet. The astronomer Tariq al-Din Muhammad ibn Maruf recorded the passage of the comet. The Sultan Murad III saw these observations as a bad omen for the war and blamed al-Din for the plague which spread at the time. Other observers include Hilasius Roslin, William IV, Landgrave of Herakesel, Cornelius Gemma, who noted that the comet had 2 tails, and Michael Masson, who identified it as superlunary. The comet and the observation that it was traveling on the Earth's atmosphere was also what helped Maslin explain the gaps in Copernicus's planetary system. According to Maslin, the comet would carry its own orbs since he considered comets to be part of the heavenly objects. These orbs, he suggested, are what fill the gaps in Copernicus' system. Additionally, it was also observed by Abul Fazl ibn Mubarak, who recorded the comet's passage in Akbar Anam. Yes, I wasn't sure if this was supposed to be the same comet as the one in Warhammer or not. I do really like this image of it. All right. In art and literature, the literature resulting from the passing of the comet was prolific, and these works, as well as the ideas presented by many astronomers, caused much controversy. However, the idea that comets were heavenly objects became a respected theory, and many took this concept to be true. Artwork inspired by the event was also made. Artist Yuri Deshitsky made an engraving that was inspired by the passing of the comet over Prague on the 12th of November. Cornelius Kettle painted the portrait of Richard Goodricke around 1578. Goodricke had reached adulthood in 1577 and apparently saw the comet as an omen and had it included in the painting. Rosen also produced one of the more complex of the representations of the Great Comet, described as an interesting, tough, crude attempt. Contemporary references. The comet was mentioned in the 17th century Vietnamese chronicle Dai Viet Su Kai Ton Thu, Book 17, Part 1. In November 1577, lunar calendar, comet appears, pointing at the southeastern sky, its luminous tail as long as 40 zhang with rose and purple tint. Everyone was frightened. On the first date of December, the comet disappears. Due to this observation, King Li Tong changed his era name to Kong Hung, meaning bright and rising, in the next year, 1578. The comet was also recorded by Chinese historians in History of Ming, Book 27, Treatises Astronomy, Part 3. This comet was mentioned in the book entitled Sefer Kaisano, the Book of Visions, by Rabbi Chaim ben Joseph Vidal. 1577, Rosh Chodesh Kislev, November 11th. After sunrise, a large star with a long tail pointing upward was seen in the southwestern part of the sky. Part of the tail was pointing eastward. It lingered there for 3 hours, then it sank in the west behind the hills of Safed. This continued for more than 50 nights. On the 15th of Kislev, I went to live in Jerusalem. In Ireland, the Great Comet was observed, and an account of its passing was later inserted into the Annals of the Four Masters. A wonderful star appeared in the southeast of the first month of winter. It had a curved bow-like tail, resembling bright lightning, the brilliancy of which illuminated the earth around and the firmament above. The star was seen in every part of the west of Europe, and it was wondered by all universally. Henry Howard, Earl of Northampton, in his polemic Defensive Against the Poison of Supposed Prophecies, 1583, described as an eyewitness the way Elizabeth I responded to the comet. How many comets have been seen within these 25 years, before and after which Her Majesty hath ever increased rather than appeared adversely affected the sound state of her body? I can affirm thus much, as present witnesses by mine own experience, when the divers upon greater scrupulously then cause went about to dissuade Her Majesty, lying then at Richmond, from looking on the comet which appeared last, with a courage answerable to the greatness of her state, she caused the window to be set open and cast out this word, motto quotation, Lacta est alia, the dice are thrown, affirming that her steadfast hope and confidence was too firmly planted in the providence of God to be blasted or affrighted by those beams, which either had a ground in nature whereupon to rise, or at least no warrant out of Scripture to portend the mishaps of princes. Behold a woman and a queen, which seem to be the kinds and callings upon which the comets, if astrologers speak truth, are wont to prey, and yet not only she relenteth not to common fear, but insulteth rather upon common folly. I like Elizabeth after this. The comets hinder not the lives of princes. I have proved heretofore at large, and shall have opportunity likewise to confirm hereafter. By thus much I dare affirm, that albeit the malice of the same were no less to be feared than some think, yet her contented mind, her harmless thoughts, her temperance in diet, abstinence from excess in all things that offend, with moderation of exercise, were enough to verify that proverb which hath been rife of old. Sapiens excuse me. Domatabur Astris, the wise subdue the stars. Queen Elizabeth's audacity in demonstratively placing her trust in God's protection rather than fearing the comet as a bad omen to princes such as her was a significant rejection of comets as heavenly signs of misfortune to follow. The anecdote was cited in an anonymous pamphlet prompted by the Great Comet of 1680. The petitioning comet, or a brief chronology of all the famous comets and their events that have happened from the birth of Christ to this very day, together with a modest inquiry into this present comet. All right, I hope that was edifying for everyone. But yeah, this is this fun. I mean, for those of you that have played Europa Universalis, you'll also know that the comet sightings can be a fun one. I almost always pick the option. It's the economy fools when you get comet sighted, but that's a separate conversation. The telescope is a royal anti-comet device. If only we had comet sense. Okay, I am going to take a little bit of a break just because I need to refill my tea and I'm feeling a bit snacky, so I'm going to eat something too. But yeah, I will run ads for a little bit. So if you don't like ads, and I don't see why you would, I encourage you all to, I don't know, have a drink, go, stretch your legs, do something. But yeah, I'll be back hopefully in just a couple minutes after I boil the kettle and otherwise take care of everything. You love ads, but alas, you have turbo and a sub, so you'll just have to pet your cats. Hey, well, with that in mind, then let's make sure that we're taking a break on the right image. In fact, I'm gonna have to put this back later, but let's do this right. All right, I will see you all in a minute or two. All right. Again, sorry. I used to not really like taking breaks during the stream, but man, do I find it helpful just in terms of being able to, like, take a bite to just get a stretch, get a refill of tea. Just there's 101 different reasons why it would be great not to sit down and constantly stream a game for 3, 4, 5, 10 hours. Anyways. Cat seems to be looking the other way, so we will we'll try and find a milk that it prefers. But yeah, so the aim for today is, so essentially there's a bit more refinement in terms of how I'm approaching the like the challenges inside the house at this point. What I mean by that is I have only a couple more rooms to go into, and I don't necessarily have to, like, so it's not actually critical for me to to just break down every door immediately. But I am at the point here where given my circumstances, I only have 2 options. And so, it would be nice to maybe put some thought into how I might be able to get the best outcomes, given my current circumstances. So for the honeyed forbidding, we would want either 14 heart or 14 nectar. And in this case, I don't actually have a strong feeling one way or the other because we don't have core, which means that in either case, the element of the soul is just the one. And then basically the follow-up question would be, realistically, what am I looking for in terms of my ability to sort of level up characters and give them food and drink and other items. So this will be sort of what we're trying to figure out over time. And there's a similar story to be made for Moon as well. So it's Moon and Rose to open up the sagging dock. We're in a similar case with Moon, at least, in the sense that we have Trist, which has Moon. We don't have Fet, which would give us 2 Rose. But we would want to sit down and figure out, okay, who are the people that I can hire? What are some ways that I can push up their abilities? And if it turns out that, once I've exhausted all of my other options, if I'm really not able to make it happen in terms of, opening up those rooms, that might be a time I start considering, committing some skills to the Tree of Wisdoms. But the fact of the matter is that in reality, between this book here and this book here, there's at least 2 more skills that we're going to level up. By leveling up those skills, I'm potentially putting myself in a position where I can read some of these other texts, because remembering the texts that I can't read right now are primarily Rose. And so even a little bit of an improvement on one of my Rose skills is going to be something that I can turn into a further advantage. And then there's a similar story to be told with Forge. And then finally with Moon, depending on how this turns out, I may actually be able to make the Voyages of Furnishing of Oriel help out. But again, the reason why I'm not focusing on Moon right now, even though it's helpful for 2 tasks, 1 the book and 2 the room, is that with Tridesma Hyra, we already have the 10 Moon. Like, there's not going to be any other upgrade that I do, though. Is Rose the aspect of the Rowanarium? We do actually get to see Rowena, so I'll have to remember what her aspects are when we next time we get a visit. They visit during Numa. All right. So what I want to do here, I'm going to take a minute just to take a look at my heart recipes. Yes. So, now I remember. So we've actually already found a keeper level item, in this case the Swaddled Thunder, a storm swathed in subtle threads ready to be released with a few judicious snips. So, fiber. Kilisimi, the woven language, is written with thread, not ink. There are, of course, other more prosaic uses for fiber too. Upholstery can be more adventurous than it sounds. So, yeah, okay. It did occur to me that we have actually gone fairly deep into the journey of Heart already, so I may already be at the end of this, but let's see what else we can find. Yeah, okay, so in both cases we've wound up with Swaddled Thunder, but we don't know what else gets produced. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is I want to make a Thunderskins Peon for sure. We already have Gideon Soaks. So apparently with Magaphine Mysteries, if we add a flower, we get Solomon's Preparation? Oh no, with Moon. Okay. Now my highest level heart, I believe, is still drums and dances. Yeah. Now this one's going to get a little tricky here. My best option would be to somehow retain the Gale while simultaneously... So here's the thing that I would like to do the most. If I take the Hallowed Drum, I would take Drums and Dances to be able to make Thunderskin's Paean. We would... So it's application and... Ooh. Inspiration. Well, I guess I can get 2 memories out of that, so I want to try and keep the Gale as well as the... Okay, I guess I'm giving up the Faust after all. Alright, I'm actually already coming up short on a few things. So, let's go with the Shapt to read Apollo and Marsyas. And then let's get a Solace from Christopher Olopoly's book as well. And I think I'm going to have to spend some money to renew an element of the soul. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Alright, so the logic behind this is that I want to try and keep as much heart available to me between Gideon Soaks, the Gale, and the song. So that's what we're starting with. And then of course we have the Swaddled Thunder, that's a separate matter. Alright, time for the Colonel's lessons, and the Lionsmith's lessons have been unkindly and reductively rendered as stab versus thump. Alright, Invincible Audacity. This is a persistent memory, 6 edge, 3 forge, 3 lantern. A general says, when I make the right choice, I win. And Illuminate says, when I win, I determine which choice was the right one. Nathalie Brulot. Indeed. So I guess the funny thing here is that for each of these are all very powerful, but I don't have anything that I can really do with them quite yet. But again, I'm certainly not going to complain about an opportunity to combine a few things together. So let's see how the rest of the day shapes up. I think it might actually be a good idea for me to refresh the Faust anyway. Again, my outside option with the Faust would be to use it at the Sweet Bones to earn a bit more money. But our first focus is going to be on creating something special with heart. And the reason why I'm reserving that Faust is because I want to use my health. If I can, I'd like to push as much heart into my experiments as I can. Actually, while I'm at it... So I can put yet another memory in, so I might actually want to... I might want to build up even further. Okay, we'll take that Storm memory, we will take the Satisfaction. This whole place feels... Actually, that's not a bad description of it. I wonder if that's... If that was an inspiration. Okay, let's get a few tasks out of the way first. So I believe the Nona desk will let me use my Faust towards... There we go. Oh! Oh, right, yeah. I need the scales. I can master this mystery, enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. So this will take a few minutes, and obviously I'm going to need to set aside some time to be able to incorporate all of the lessons, etc., but I'll leave that for later. And yeah, we're already working on improving the oh yeah, so I need 10 seconds to be able to combine this stuff because I don't want to give up the health right away. So it's a little late in setting that up, but we'll be fine. Alright, it's better now. So I think I'm kind of tempted to throw... Did I forget something? Where's my other Faust? Where's Chaptrist? Whatever it is, it's occupied. Yeah, but reading what? Was Nona's desk for... Right, this is the one that I committed to the book. It's mostly just a quiet... So reading is a correct answer, but the tricky part is if it's reading a new book, it's going to be several minutes. And if it's going to be memory, it wasn't. So I wasn't sure. I probably could have gotten from... process of elimination that there weren't any of the other ones. But yeah, okay. So this is going to be... I was just trying to figure out which one I might want to restore over the next minute. So I have to use Faust here just because I don't have anything else with Sky. So drum up a heart music. Drums and dances with scholar level heart plus an instrument creates the Thunderskins Paean. I think at this point what I might want to consider would be which of these are... It's like, so if I can't use my health in it, what would be the item where I can put more of a skill? So let's see. I guess in the end, what I'm looking for are workstations that accept heart. So if I get the Trist back, I'm good. This doesn't do anything with heart. I don't think I can make that work. Yeah, it looks like Trist, even though, so I'm a little uncomfortable doing this just because Trist isn't worth as much, but I think this is actually the better one for me to free up. And I'm sorry, I know I just took a break. I'm going to step away for a really quick minute. I just want to sort something out in the other room. Just one quick minute, please. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, it's going to be a little awkward to sort of navigate all of this, but in 90 seconds we should be good. And again, this is really more exploratory than anything, but I'm certainly not going to turn down the opportunity to learn a little bit more about health. And it's worth remembering we did already do a bit of an audit in terms of what we can accomplish with heart. So the sacrament calcite would be an example. Oh, you know what? I have not touched the mirrors in ages. I think that's another thing I want to look for. Alright, Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this oft-copied work. Some pleasures, the formula voluptuous attest, are so intense that they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogues some of those instances. So I think I'll get the whist back as well. This one's more just because I can earn some money with it, whereas Trist I might actually use as an input to something. Okay, so, with Keeper level Heart, the Paean is the precursor to Swaddled Thunder. Interesting. So, it could be that I've actually already exhausted the possibilities here, which means that I need to rely more on Gideon's soaks. I wasn't quite expecting that, to be honest. But I'm not going to turn down that challenge. So let's see if we can find something that we can attack directly with heart. So, for starters, let's take the soaks. So I can try and find a flower or remains with heart as well. And then skill, memory, and soul. So memory, this is the best that I've got. Health, this is the best that I've got. Honestly, at this point, I think it's just as easy for me to click and see. I figured the heart in a jar has to have... Cyclophotus count? It does. So 2 heart doesn't exactly set me on fire, but... yeah, heart in a jar gives me 2 heart as well. Okay. This has got to be moth, yeah. Alright, so, yeah, I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping for something a little more exciting. Heart... or, sorry, flower or... flower or remains wise, but... gives me a start. Actual heart is only worth 2 hearts of economy. The Swaddled Thunder grow up into Bottled Lightning. That would be very funny if you could get a higher than Keeper level recipe that would put you on. So we're actually in pretty good shape here, right? So this is 11 heart without adding a skill. And we've got both, basically both elements that are precursors to higher level items. So at this point, we may not be able to find out everything, Yeah, so I think we already know drums and dance. Yeah, so drums and dances and weaving and not working, both of these we know. Actually, funnily enough, with weaving and not working, that one requires fabric. So for a scholar level recipe, if I had fabric, I can weave the stained fibers into a greater binding. Okay. Edicts inviolable. Aha! Well, that... Oh, man. That gives me a lot to think about. Alright. Five hearts, 3 knock, sky. So this is making me wonder how I might turn this into some kind of an advancement through. Oh no, this is interesting. Sorry, just a second. So it's not Gideon Soaks, and it's not the heart in a jar. With stitching and binding, I would make a guess here that this is adding the Firth Weft. I love that those skulls are now look like they're gazing longingly into each other's sockets. Now kiss! I think the problem here is strings and songs I'm one short. If I had core, that wouldn't be a problem. And if I had something stronger than matter... Well, actually, there is one thing I could do here, which would be to ditch Gideon Soaks. Yeah, okay. That's not a surprise. Sing Storm Potential into the Weft to capture more heart aspect. Okay. And I forgot herbs and infusions. Okay, so if I ditch the heart in a jar here... Okay. So unfortunately, I don't see a way in which I can add Gideon Soaks. Well, I could maybe try it at a different table. Ah! Yeah, the dispensary is going to give me a run for my money with the heart, I think. And yeah, given that the dispensary will only accept remains or flowers, and given that the only remains and flowers I have will give at most two heart, I think I'm kind of at my limit until I can make something a little more exciting. Alright. So, now I'm going to rely on... I don't think the soaks are going to count here, though. Yeah. Oh, they do apparently count here. I still don't see this turning out. Oh, maybe. I wasn't expecting this. Okay, so I just need to find a substance which will get me 2 heart. Can't be that hard. He says as he ransacks the house to try and find something that gives him 2 heart. Good God. Yeah, the stuff that's flashing does not make me think of heart. Like, Refulgen is lantern. Fortunately, we can't take January Sanguinary. Like, material basically is something physical. I don't think any of these... Yeah. Challenge is 2 heart. You all should be here for the Brace Yourself games. Those are the primary pun ones. That is such a shame. I feel I was so close to getting this. Yeah, so I have to have the soaks. I don't think the paints help me. Yeah, so that's 1 heart, but again, we need 15, not 14. I love it. Like, I know... I don't quite know when it became like a thing to react so strongly to puns, because I think they're a blast. Like, it's I mean, there are I do know for some people, like, it can be a little irritating when, like, it's like anybody who kind of thinks that they're funny but doesn't actually quite deliver the goods. You know, if they try a little too hard with it, then it just becomes irritating. But at that point, I think it's a little bit more about having the irritating gentleman in front of you, as opposed to, you know, any inherent problem with puns themselves. Find them punishing, huh? Banned. Alright. I think I'm gonna have to admit defeat for a bit. Fair enough. Okay, so anything less than 4. So surgeries and exsanguinations, I'm assuming we run into the same problem. Well, actually, sorry, that may not be true. Because surgeries and exsanguinations we may be able to put somewhere else. Well, then that would be the dispensary, and I think we've already settled that the dispensary is not sufficient here. Yeah. So I've got one more option, and that is to bang on the drums all day. So we can add soul. We'll leave the skill open. Oh wow, I can put yet one more heart memory in if I feel like it. I guess the question is how badly do I want to see... Yeah, so this definitely would not get me to 50. I would essentially need to go for another level 4 heart here. I don't think it's worth it. Okay, different... Oh, interesting. I actually have not heard... I was kind of surprised. Okay, so, like, I'm interested in terms of what people like reading. And I always kind of wondered if anybody in here liked reading Douglas Hofstadter. There's actually somebody who gave me a copy of Gödel, Escher, Bach in high school, and then, you know, it sort of went from there. Actually, you just recently had an article in The Atlantic about large language models, which I thought was rather interesting. But he'd also have a rather fun article on political correctness, in terms of basically it was sort of a satire on, you know, people talking about precision of language, and sort of inverting a very common argument against, you know, basically, and I think it was something about the trend of, like, moving away from chairman to chairperson or whatever. And I thought he had a clever take on it. It was a very amusing. I will actually confess, like, I think by the end of it, I'd sort of got to the point where I was like, okay, you know, this is a fun bit, but I think it's kind of hit its end now. And so it was one that I sort of felt a little weary by the end of, but, like, it was a good... I mean, the guy can write, so for minute, yeah, that's I that kind of seems to be his thing, and just about everything that he writes. So anyways, okay, I think I'm at the limit in terms of what I want to try and do with heart. So the next question in front of me is, how do I translate this work? There's another thing that I could do, which is to try and translate this Gale into some kind of work on Sky, but I don't quite think I'm there yet. So essentially what I have in front of me is the ability to generate a 4-heart memory and a 6-heart fabric. But then the question becomes, how do I translate that into the ability to open certain rooms? And then on top of that, it would appear that the Fugitive is the only one that provides heart, and I don't recall the Fugitive actually having the ability to boost up beyond the normal... Gotta go, Bionic Beans. Have to go. Have a good evening. Thank you very much for stopping by. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. This is going to be a slightly different approach to figuring out my heart challenges. So I'm going to take an inventory of the sorts of things that I can boost my my followers with, and that's not necessarily what I directly have in front of me right now, but it's more about what I can generate. So let's assume for a minute here that I'm playing the fully patched version of Book of Hours without the like not the collector's edition of the Sacrament Calcite. Let's just say that we have. Let's just say that that doesn't exist, and what we have is. Oh man, I don't even have that for Rubywise Ruin. Ooh. Alright, that's harder than I thought. Yeah, so apparently the best we can do for a heart drink right now is... two. Alright. Okay, so we've got the drink, we've got the memory, we've got an element of the soul. So the next question would be, what can we do with food? I'm guessing the biggest number here would be 2, but let's verify that. Oh, might have already eaten all the 2s. Not looking promising. Yeah, so if I was relying on any items giving me 2 heart, or on any food items giving me 2 heart, I better find a way of generating them, because they're certainly not here. As always, it doesn't hurt to verify. But yeah, I see a lot of 1s here. Now, it may be that in New... Oh, hang on. There's a... I believe there was a recipe that we had the option on with nectar, I think, to spawn something out of it, so we may actually be able to make supernatural fruit. But for the time being, I would say we're at 1 food, which was less than I was expecting. Okay, so we've got the drink, we've got the memory, we've got the element of the soul, we've got the food, we've got the tool. Okay, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9. So I guess from there it's the base value and then whatever else. Your favorite piece of writing... The bowl of sea blessed... this is Alchemy's Savage Summit, the deadly blue of fire outpacing light. Touch it and die. What item is that from? I can't remember. That almost sounds like a keeper level. Oh, from Cultist Simulator. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, Jesus. So the real shame here, with the honeyed forbidding, I need to get up to 14. So I'm 5 short, which means if the fugitive doesn't accept any extra items, blue gold. So I suppose, like, just taking a look at the situation I'm finding myself in right now, unless I can get somebody who has heart aspect, sorry, 4 heart aspect that would accept an extra item, I'm not going to be able to push it through. Now, there is a possibility that Mrs. Kill, if Mrs. Kill accepts fabric, then I can give her the Swaddled Thunder, at which point we've got it. But the problem is that there's no way for me to get Mrs. Kill without committing something else to the Tree of Wisdoms. So if I'm going to, like, this would be a case where I'm truly at my wit's end in terms of being able to go without further commitments. So now we're going to do the same exercise for Nectar. Although I haven't tried to go all the way with Nectar. So there is a Nectar. Oh, actually, this is probably trivial because there is the Sacrament Malachite with its 6. So 6 drink. As an aside, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If I use the Collector's Edition Sacrament Callicite, I would be able to get it. So we add another 4 to the 9, which is 13. And then at that point, we just wait for the fugitive to show up, and we can open it up. So right now, I think we have a higher Nectar memory. Okay, yeah, so we can get the Hive's Lament at minimum, which is 4 Nectar. One from an Element of the Soul. I think we have some 2 Nectar food items. So grapes are 1. You should play Fallen London again. You miss your multi-legged, inverted-maned wolf. I actually haven't played that much of Fallen London, so I know more of it through reputation. Okay, so I do have one more 2 Nectar food item. May not be one that I want to give up, though, given that I can probably make up the difference. Okay, Elderflower Cordial doesn't count. Okay, Cuckoo Honey, yeah. So Cuckoo Honey is going to be its own challenge because that seems quite difficult for us to get during Numa. But I'm not opposed to trying difficult things. I mean, in the end, it gets me somewhere I need to go. So the reason why we use this stuff is to advance. And I think we only have 1 Nectar for a tool. Okay, so in terms of additions, we've got 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh wow, so we could use anyone for that. Okay, so with that in mind, let's take it down a notch and let's say so if I found someone with 4 nectar, I would actually be able to get by with a drink with 2. Yeah, we can actually leave it at that because we've got plenty of 2 nectar items. Okay, so with that in mind, the musician is back in play. All right. I suppose at this point I should be thinking about what I want to do with all of my... with all of my items here. There's actually 2 ways that I'm thinking about this. Number 1, I can make another Swaddled Thunder. Alternatively, I can try and make another Firthweft. But then it's probably going to ask me for fabric, so that's maybe not such a good idea. At least until I find a more reliable way of making those. Alright, I guess the other alternative would be to wait for the book to finish, and then we can see... We can maybe take a look and see what I would need to level things up. That's probably the smarter option. Although I do want to be careful that I don't use up my element of the soul over the course of the evening like I did with the Invincible Audacity. But I think I'm actually kind of exhausted for the day. I guess the only other thing I could do would be to mess around with some sky stuff. But I would need to make an intermediate item, and I don't have my Faust right now, so... I feel like we've probably gone as far as we can with Sky without, flogging the thing too hard. Okay, yeah, so... Again, if I wanted, I could use the Triss to read a book or something like that, but I really don't think that gets me what I need, so I'll leave that aside. Let's just pass the day and see what comes up. So the next candidate will be Moon followed by Rose. And then that's similarly just to see if I can maximize the sorts of things that I can use to boost up people's abilities. So I know I've read this stuff before, but let's repeat it because I spent a bunch of time sort of dwelling on what some of my future options will be. A Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures, The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Some pleasures, the formula voluptuous attest, are so intense that they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogues some of those instances. No worries, Sir Winter King. I mean, it's all recorded, so provided you give it enough time, it'll always be waiting for you. But I was also late starting, so it's late all around. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the forge birthed sparks of delight which took root in the glory or in nowhere, who can say? So the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfulfilled ache. So that got a satisfaction, and orchids and narcotics. Okay, so actually that decision to set aside the heart stuff might pay off. All right, so let's see what it's going to take to sort this stuff out. Running out of room on my shelves. Okay, so we would need to use the health to upgrade the orchids and narcotics. And it's currently level 2, so we'll need at least 2 memories. Let's try and use some of the lighter ones for a start. Well, that may not be an option, actually. Yeah, so I can give up the Thunderskin. Or I can... Let's give up the Earth Sign. I still have hope that I'm going to be able to use this heart for something else. Although I better hurry up, because again, it'll take me a full 2 minutes to make Swaddled Thunder. So we'll leave the higher level orchids and narcotics for tomorrow. So this will eventually become a level 4. There's a couple of them, Sir Winter. I mean, I know what you mean. Like, there's I think, especially in the UK, there's like a couple of like big sort of library rooms. But I think the reading room is probably the closest to what you're thinking of. There was actually... Oh yeah, I never really talked about this before, but I was reading some of the old blog posts about Book of Hours. And there are more associations with the gods from nowhere in, in more than one library, which, it's not quite what I was expecting. So basically, what I'm sort of seeing here. Oh yeah, I've really gone and done it now. I've overcommitted to stuff that I can do. Okay, let's use the Tryst to go beachcombing. And then I think I'm going to work to get the Whist, but let's recover the health before I do that. But yeah, so I've maybe been a little surprised in terms of the more references to the gods from nowhere and specifically interactions with them. But I also think there's something kind of interesting about that. So like, there's always the idea, the deal with the devil, or... I mean, to a certain extent, the analogy I like to draw, which just shows you how completely uninteresting I am as a person, is I actually like the idea of lobbying when it comes to these ideas, right? So, the forbidden knowledge, the deal with the devil, those sorts of things. It's a little bit like when you have discussions of pollution. In some conversations, it actually makes sense to talk about socially optimal levels of pollution. And that number is not 0. So 0 basically means we're extinct, right? Even if you're in the Garden of Eden and you eat fruit, there's going to be some waste as a result. A carbon tax is just indulgences. I see where you're going with that, but I think the thing about the indulgence is that you're mitigating I'd almost imagine like carbon offsets might be a better analogy for that, because I think the trick here with the carbon tax is that because it's also a distortionary tax, it's designed to change behavior. So I think in the idea of an indulgence, it's that you're actually encouraging people to continue. I think the problem people have with indulgences is that essentially you're sort of paying off your bad behavior, and so in the end you don't feel compelled not to do it. Credits, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, it sort of depends on I'm trying to think, like, in terms of credits, I guess it depends on the system as how it works. So I know, like, there's ideas of like capping stuff. And again, like when it comes down to market mechanisms, they're usually the intention behind a lot of these things are actually to bring about changes in behavior. But you're right. Like obviously, if you just if the idea is that you just sort of pay your fine and move on. I mean, I think some people have this perception in terms of the banking industry, right? That the fines are too small, and so essentially. Some businesses sort of see the fines as being the cost of doing business. Can we reach an optimal level of sin? Well, I mean, if you don't have a little sin, how could you? You got to appreciate the contrasts. But yeah, no, I mean, in the case of the socially optimal level of pollution, right, it's essentially a recognition of the fact that there's going to be some kind of a byproduct to our existence, but clearly that is not a justification for saying that, just dump your effluent in the in the nice fresh water and you're all good. But yeah, so in the case of lobbying, you can sort of think of it like, why does lobbying exist in the first place? It's not because people sort of sat down and thought about what's a wonderful way that we can make society worse off. It is a reflection of a very real and a very positive feature of the kinds of societies that I'm assuming most of us live in, which is that you can, we all get a voice, and that we can communicate essentially problems with certain policy choices. And I think it is fair to say that people working within an industry are in fact experts on that industry, and so they will provide a perspective that can be useful to policymakers to basically make sure that things are done correctly. But I think what most people think of in terms of lobbying is synonymous with corruption, and I am not pro-corruption. So the trick is that what you need to do is that you need to take the information from a lobbyist, consider it with all of the other factors, and particularly consider it within the knowledge you have of the fact that there are going to be I particularly like that one bit 101, but don't let Vanguard Master hear you say that. But yeah, essentially what you want to do is you factor in the self-interest of the lobbyist, and you use it. I would argue that the one thing you don't want to do is ignore interested parties when you're making a decision, right? Because generally, if you're knowledgeable, you will be an interested party. So again, as with most things, you kind of want to go somewhere in the middle, right? No, we should not have a system through which people pay a sufficient amount of money in order to be able to change policy. On the other hand, I don't necessarily think it would be a good idea for people making policy to stick their fingers in the air and say, la, 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 not listening, whenever it comes to policy things. And I mean, again, obviously, it's easier to have this point of view where, there are topics that you care a lot about, right? So, if it's environmental policy, who are the people who generally lobby the government? Well, believe it or not, it's not just oil companies. There is environmental lobbying as well. But I think most people think of Shell or something like that. And then on the other hand, if you're thinking of, usually social issues, I think would be an example of something that people are really invested in and tend to be a bit more progressive. And clearly, when people are lobbying, for particular social issues, in the affirmative, not we should ban certain types of marriages or something like that. But, for the positive sides, we generally consider that to be a good thing. And obviously, when you're trying to come up with a principle, you don't adjust it depending on how aligned the lobbyist is with your views. What you say instead is, what is the limit to which we recognize these sorts of things. So with that in mind, like I said, I'm a very boring person. So when I think about Cosley getting the assistance from the Nowhere Hour Snow, it's sort of this idea of this great magus who seems to be invested in the idea of kind of the preservation of the current order, in terms of the hours and such. So again, it would seem to me that Snow is not necessarily going to be someone who is aligned with his views, and yet it seems like he was willing to take the information from this particular hour in order to be able to achieve a particular a vision, I guess. I'm a little curious. I want to play around with this just for a minute. I don't have a whole lot to do, so there's potential here. Add a soul card. What would be related to sculpting? Yeah, I think it's just going to be like any other type of sculpting, to be honest. I was wondering if there would be like an element of the soul and you could do like a self-portrait. Again, I could just hammer in every element, but that's not exciting. Yeah, that'll just make Eigengrau. Let's throw another serpentinite on the... And... yeah, so these are... not too exciting. Alright, so I've got my lesson for orchids and narcotics. I want to recover the health. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. Alright, Suppence. And like I said, I'll use the whist with the sweet bones, although to be fair, I think if I do wind up trying to create the Swaddled Thunder, I'm pretty sure my health is going to be out of commission for tomorrow. But that's actually fine. I don't really need it. I've already got my Isle Water. I will, however, use my whist to get sixpence. Alright, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So, let's go... I don't even know if I can do the Swaddled Thunder, to be honest, but let's give it our best. Yep, Drumstorm potential into the weft to capture more heart aspect. Drums and dances with keeper level heart plus Thunderskin's Paean creates Swaddled Thunder. To be honest, Sir Winter King, I don't think I ever tested that. I suspect you probably just get... if I had a guess, you'd probably just get the same value. And the reason I say that is that if you think about your Faust and your Whist, both are giving you payment based on your lantern aspect, and it is more about the presence of the lantern aspect as opposed to the like the intensity of it. So you will get sixpence from the lantern aspect, and you'll get the lantern in the Whist, and you'll get sixpence from the lantern in the Faust, even though the Faust has two lantern. And so if you think about it, the only other thing that would be changing in the case of... the only thing that would be changing in the case we're talking about of an upgraded one would be, the card has a plus on it. You've got one higher level of the aspect, but overall, I'm not really sure that would be... I'm not sure that would be any different for the recipe. I think in this case here, it's really just looking for more for the existence of a particular aspect as opposed to setting it based on the intensity. So what I'm giving you is an inference as opposed to experience, but I would feel fairly confident in it. My expectation would be that it's sixpence. No worries. I actually don't mind saying the full. I don't mind saying the full names, but the difficulty for me actually is that with enough people who do that, it's actually sometimes a little tricky for me to forget the abbreviations. But yeah, no, I will try to say Winter for brevity. But I'm sure you've noticed I'm not into the whole brevity thing. I mean, I haven't actually done this, but I'll call Bit 100 first of his name. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, given where we're at, I think I'm going to try reading the Concursum Diaries before I start spamming the sweet bones for visitors. But we are getting to a point where like I said, I'm starting to run dry on some of the items I want. Of course, I should also mention that we do still have 4 more Dawn texts, which I might want to read as well. So, I don't know. I might actually divide up my day with both activities. So regrettably, we are, wow, yeah, we're nowhere close to finishing our heart, but we're not going to use our heart for anything else today. So I think our first goal is going to be to deal with the orchids and narcotics. And to be honest, I think probably a chat with Reverend Timothy might be in order. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. So again, we're going to try and upgrade orchids and narcotics with 3, so that means that I need 3 from nectar or grail. And one thing I would like to do is generate the earth sign. So, but we can... Nah, you know what? Let's live dangerously. Let's read Wrapped in the King again. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Are those sections covered by the waves indicating that you need to wait for low tide or something? That's actually a fun. So I think you're referring to the flooded level and the submerged sea caves, right? So this is a fun one. So it says here, the sea has claimed these caves. The tide thunders below. I'll need to find some way to lower the water level before I can enter. And then there is the flooded level. Gleaming black water, still as bone. I'll need to find some way to lower the water level before I can descend. Now, this is a fairly unique challenge to open the door. So you're onto something here. There is a specific type of card called a circumstance, something that is so, but only for now. Circumstances disappear in the season of Numa. And in the case of the submerged sea caves, we have 3 moth and 3 scale. And then in the case of the flooded level, we have 3 forge or 3 knock. Now, it's actually good that you asked this. So, pumps upper level. The Curia installed these pumps to drain the lower levels, but they installed them in the late 19th century. I'll need to provide materials and fuel, and I'll need apprentice-level forge to jury-rig them. So, basically, what I can do here is I can add shaft. In this case, it doesn't really matter what forge we're going to do. We'll use Disciplines of the Hammer for the sake of the argument, and I can use, a low level fuel. That's oil. That doesn't count. That's glue. I could have sworn I had something simpler than paraffin, but yeah, we'll run with that. But it requires 2 metal, and it won't actually do anything until I provide 2 metal. So our first one could be the steel wire. And I think the only other metal that I have is in this area. So this is the copper wire. And this is one of the reasons I've been reluctant to use it, because I believe with both of these, I'm actually exhausting all of the metal in the house. And actually, I've been tempted to use this metal in the past for other things. Oh, no, looks like we have one other one. Oh, yeah, this is a special one. Gervanite. So there's some experimentation I would like to do with the metal, and I mean it may turn out that the lower levels give us some some metal instead. But in this case here, and again, this is partly just because I haven't really been following testing your metal. Indeed, I haven't really been following up with this that much. But essentially, I'm a little reluctant to give up the only metal that I have in order to access another room when there are other things that I can do with other rooms. So, yeah, I figure... Well, here's the thing. This is a little bit like the earlier question, you know, how do you get more tea? And so far as I can tell, you'll sometimes get it from Crowcross Sands. But I'm not quite at the point, just because I've got so much tied up with my Elements of the Soul. I'd rather not have to, I'd rather not have to commit it for, commit one element of the soul just for constantly spamming Crowcross Sands, hoping that I get something else from it. Now, there's multiple places I can collect, so if it really comes down to it, I can go to the moor, I can go to Crowcross Sands, and I can, tussle with the seagulls. Because I'm assuming that this will be the only project from Create Europe that Weather Factory will get the funding for. I believe with their grant making, they can how do I put it? Like, they can. Sorry, I apparently got a blue screen and reset. But no, like, I'm assuming with their grant making, they'll consider their options. And I know with the great friendship between Canada and the UK, they'll maybe apply to Telefilm, specifically the Canadian Media Fund. And as a result, the next DLC will be the Canadian Hush House, which appears in Newfoundland and Labrador. And there will be Canada geese, and they'll have, 10 edge aspect in one sky. Anyways. So the day's tasks. I need to generate enough... Are you talking about this thing? Yeah, so this is... It does mention... sort of mining. It's the smuggler's den. So in the last years of the 18th century, the Dewolf line ended and the estate lay empty. Enterprising smugglers spread rumors of the ghosts that walked the Isle and quietly brought their tea, brandy, and tobacco through the old mines on the seaward side of the Isle. But the remnants here are much newer than the 18th century. Perhaps even after the Curia took possession, they permitted the smugglers to use this place. Ambrose Westcott did love his baccy so. Perhaps even the Suppression Bureau found the smugglers useful enough to turn a blind eye. So we did take a look. There was, we worked out the Roman numerals up here. But yeah, in this case here, this is, like, you're not wrong to sort of say that it looks like a mine, but in the end, like, you can kind of click around here and there's just no crafting areas. It's all collections. I know everybody, loves to talk about the attitudes of the Canadian geese, but I actually quite like Canada geese. I mean, I'm not gonna hug one. I'm not gonna, like, take one of its wings in my hand and we'll go skipping along Crowcross Sands. But getting loaded in a mine shaft sounds like a time. Well, I mean, 2 bottles of Schloss Jannings, a bottle of Dandelion wine, 1 bottle of Domaine Reveline, and 1 Lambic Bruichladdich. Sounds like a good evening to me. This is a representation in Roman numerals of the number of drinks consumed in this mine shaft. All right. Where are we? So I'm generating another one of my persistent memories. We're getting Reverend Timothy because we want to talk to him for memory generation. I still think it's a good idea to catalog the books, though. So we'll take this one at a time. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Oh, damn it. This is going to have me chasing down a... This is going to have me chasing down the... None. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to do that, but this is going to be my opportunity to mess around with... I guess we've already examined Knock to death. Or have we? I might want to double check it, but this maybe now is the season for me to experiment with Moon. Given that that is going to be an important factor with the sagging dock. All right. There are a lot of moon things that I can make. Wow, okay. There's actually... Oof, trying to work this out. So there's one thing I want to check out here. Okay. Okay, so before I commit too much, let's just see what I can do with... Oh wait, hang on, I gotta get my Trist back first. So if I'm particularly clever, I will find a way to generate a Moon Grail memory, but I don't know if such a thing exists. There is not, so we will settle for a confounding parable instead. I am definitely spreading myself quite thin today, which I'm not crazy about. I should read something other than 108, so... Seventh voice? I don't even remember if I have a seventh voice. All right, I don't want to spend all day looking for this stuff, so... Letters from a fugitive, or it is written. I must not be looking very carefully. Snare of the Tree we definitely have. I think that's in the higher level though. Oh, here it is. All right, Snare of the Tree, collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood, we call a visit. Twice in the wood, we call a journey. Thrice, we call coming home. All right, so the Sweet Bones is going to be getting a lot of patronage. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So, first things first, let's not go to the post office. Let's go to the Sweet Bones to recover the Faust. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So, Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. We get to do this all over again when it comes to the Concursum Diaries, but things are a little different this time just because I am trying to generate some things that will that'll help me explore Moon. And I have a feeling those who do not sleep. The Mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch and the Thunderskin. So, oh wait, that's Fusine. So that is one we should be able to read with a little bit of difficulty. Okay, against my better judgment, I think I'm going to catalog another book with Whist. Although maybe it wouldn't hurt for me to start generating some of the music-oriented memories. We'll maybe wait for the halfway point of the day. All right, sleep, O thou tempest, for now bow thy head. Storm swathed in subtle threads, ready to be released with a few judicious snips. Actually, I love this idea where you can use swaddled thunder as a practical joke. You just hand it to someone, let him give it a couple of snips, and all of a sudden, I don't think I have the right attitude for this game. I'm gonna be disinvited from future presentations. Actually, that probably is a Franklin Bancroft thing. Okay, I don't think the storm helps me. Yeah, it doesn't give me nectar. So really we're looking for impulse or satisfaction from... Hey dude, catch! I like the way you think. Alright. So, Wrapped in the King. Detailed accounts of the secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in the necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. You remember going to a historical park where they talked about the first pioneers coming to Alberta via the CP rail, and how they were like 50 people to a car with no bathrooms, just thunder mugs. I have never heard the term thunder mugs. All right, so now essentially this is the origin of the Canadian secret history stories. Okay, Larkabine Codex. A lot of familiar texts from Cultist Simulator here. And this is the point where I want to start being careful because, again, we still don't have... I guess with Earth Sign we need 2 more in terms of being able to upgrade orchids and narcotics. But this is one thing I do want to make a priority for today. Okay, something to consider. Every timber has its knots, the straight and the crooked both. Every weave is more absence than thread. You can't keep nowhere out any more than you can keep somewhere in. When the cuckoo learns the nightingale's song, our sleep is sweeter than honey. So that's a confounding parable. This is not so that we can upgrade orchids and narcotics. Oops. So as you can see, only the earth sign works right now. There's a few things that I need to do. I do want to boost the Tryst because I'm going to explore with Moon, and I would like that to be done sooner rather than later. I think the next thing I'm going to do is recover the health because that's necessary for orchids and narcotics, and whatever time is left over will renew for elements of the soul that can study certain memories. So I'm still going to hold out with the Faust because if Timothy gives us something that we need, then we can sort of nudge the results accordingly. But yeah, I am sort of feeling the pinch in terms of trying to do a little bit too much today. Okay, Solace doesn't help me here. We're at 29. So one thing that will be helpful is that with the Moon we should be, or not this one because that's Moth, but the Harp. So at minimum we should be able to, you know, mess around with the extra memories from the Harp. May not be everything that we need, but it's a start. Does each person give you a random memory, or do they give a set amount that they draw on? So far as I can tell, you can get the same memory, or you can get the same set of memories from people, but again, it's one of these ones where the actual experience might be just subtle enough that I haven't noticed from memory. But even for things, so like you'd sort of think is like, okay, well, like Reverend Timothy is a priest, so like maybe priests don't give satisfactions, or like Mrs. Kill has a higher Grail level and she's, you know, maybe a bit more sophisticated and worldly, and so as a result maybe you'd get, you know, more gossip, or maybe you'd get satisfaction or something like that, right? Her really good pie would be, you know, a potential motivation for that. But so far as I can tell, the characters aren't one-dimensional in the sense that they always give you the same memory. It may be that they wind up having sort of some sort of weighted probability in terms of certain memories. But I'll be honest with you, I couldn't put my finger on any hard evidence for it, because like, I mean, as is the case with every game, right? You're going to assume, like, when you don't get the thing that you need, you're going to assume that the game is specifically working against you. And if you get the stuff that you do need, you know, it's because of clean living and a good attitude. And, you know, of course you deserve that thing. So there's no way, unless you actually quantify the actions, there's really no way to know for sure. But yeah, so far as I can tell, it's an even probability of a subset of the total memories. So I don't think Reverend Timothy is going to give you music. I don't think he's going to give you Secret Threshold, for instance, even though he does have the knock aspect. But he would potentially give you impulse or satisfaction. I don't think they give patterns, but I do believe I've gotten a stolen memory from him on occasion. So, and again, like, There are some that have been somewhat rare, so I wouldn't tell you that it's inconceivable that you know, that there are weightings for certain outcomes based on the characters, but I haven't seen anything that like really hammers home that this is what's happening. Okay, now I do have my Tryst, so the time has come to start experimenting. So we'll load up the memory here. We've got the confounding parable. We have the foggy day. If we had a moon... Oh, even the... No. You're kidding me. Oh, you know what? It's because it's not an omen, right? Yeah. Persistent memories are not omens. So only the earth sign is an omen. Okay, so I guess the first question would be, what what gaps do I need to fill with my existing list? So if I recall correctly, all of my keeper level recipes are locked in except for the ones that say that there's no recipe for it. So what we're really looking for here are the scholar recipes. And for Moon, we're actually in a bit of a unique situation in the sense that we kind of have it. For a lot of these, we do actually know what's required. I just haven't committed it yet. So for instance, adding a memory with Edict's Marshal would give Wormwood Dream. So we knew that, but we don't know what the Wormwood Dream provides, presumably 3 Moon. So essentially it's a pocket fog. And if we add Remains with Wolf Stories, that's another one. I can apparently make a chimeric larva. I really should be writing these things down because I already know their aspects, but... okay. So I think I know what I want to try. Wait a minute. Okay. I'm going to make some notes here. So I'm just writing writing down just I'm doing like a list of the outcomes. So for instance, the apprentice level recipes for Moon, which I don't think are going to be relevant, but I've got an Old Wound, Confounding Parable, Salt Sign, Eigengrau, and Midnight Mark. And then I'm going to move on to Scholar, because Scholar generally has been the inputs for the Keeper level recipes. So essentially I just want to get my ducks in a row for that. I want to see what I can put together in order to be able to get these higher level items. So a lot of stuff with eggs. So the best I can find here for Scala right now, Wormwood Dream, Azamel, and potentially Solomon's Preparation, which I think is utterly bizarre. I'm ready, but for what is a very confounding parable plus fog statement. I agree. All right. So the first thing I actually want to try out is Magaphine Mysteries, because I'm very, very perplexed by something that I've written here. Oh, God. This is gonna take so much work. Okay, so Fog, Trist. Okay, so I need a flower, but this won't take a flower. I'm trying to make miracles happen here. Okay, so Magaphine Mystery, yikes. Okay, we add the fog. So we need to add a substance and matter. So let's find something moony. Something moony. Something moony. Okay, sea holly if I have to. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Alright, so I need to find a 2 moon substance. I mean, I can think of 2 candidates, but let's start with the phosphorescent scraping. Crazy, okay. Bells and braziers. You have no idea how often I have mispronounced brazier. And like, okay, I mispronounce stuff all the time in it. Like that's not exactly news, but yeah, bells and braziers is one that I have written in, or I have stated in less elevated terms, let's say. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I was surprised by this, but I think I can add wolf story. No, I probably can't add wolf stories. Yeah. Okay. But the wolf stories are the last of the moon primaries. So I'm gonna do my best. So the Nocturnary, constructed by Thyrza for her own murky purposes, maintained by the Suppression Bureau for its murkier ones, and available now for mine. So this is a little more straightforward in terms of committing things. So wolf stories, we throw the fog at it. Ah, now Shadow takes a memory, so now we can add the confounding parable as well. And we should be able to add the phosphorescent scrapings. No! Okay, let's find a mothy pigment or moony. You probably, none of you give me moon, do you? Oh, you know what? There's a stupid pigment that will make this trivial. Right, but I need to use remains. Okay, so we throw out the confounding parable. Okay, so render a winter aspect. The remnant wolf stories with scholar level moon plus remains creates a essential Perost. Okay. Sorry, I just realized I misspelled this in my spreadsheet, so I have to... Okay, so we've got a good start here. So suppose now we go for Sickle and Eclipse, and I suspect it's going to be the same result. Yeah. Sharps is going to be a tricky one. Desires and Dissolutions is looking for wood. Okay. So we ditched this for a minute. Ah, darn it. Okay. Let's see if we can... Yeah, but I don't have a... Ugh. Yeah, this is still just 2 moon. So here I need to find some kind of 3... 3 moon liquid? How the hell am I gonna do that? Oh, hang on. Asmel. Yes, this one. Okay. So I'm curious about this one, to be honest. Edicts Inviolable, I have a feeling I know what this will be. I think this might turn into... so I need to add a flower. But I have a guess that this is going to be... Oh, for heaven's sake. I have a suspicion this might be Solomon's preparation again. Okay, sorry, I was looking for Edicts Inviolable. Yep. So Insects and Nectars apparently does not have a level 10 does not have a level 10 recipe, but let's see if I can verify that. Yeah, well, I've got the nectar for it. But that doesn't really tell me anything, does it? So Sand Stories apparently wants an egg. Let's verify that. What? Oh, right, because I won't take the... So I'm assuming that this is a Stimfling. Serpents and Venoms are a similar story. Now, I am surprised that apparently Oronoscopy does not have a high level... Fascinating. Okay, putrefactions and calcinations. Apparently I was confused about something here. Okay, so liquid. Settings of containment. Apparently that one needs a beverage. Yeah, a liquid is present, but apparently it has to specifically be a beverage in this case. Even though I think it's going to wind up producing the same result. Ah, it doesn't. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Oh, here's a question. Does an egg count as remains? I don't think it does. No, an egg is an egg. Okay. But let's throw in rhyme and remembrance nonetheless. Snow Stories, I think, gives us the same result. Yep. Okay, so that's all the scholar stuff. So let's, we're going to take a minute here and, I just found a lot of new scholar things that I need to add to the list here, and that's going to be relevant for the keeper recipes. So you'll notice actually for these, I'm already at the 16 the 16 moon. In fact, I don't see how the confounding parable would be a factor here, but let's actually play around with this. So it's going to get a little crowded here because I don't have... Yeah, okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is pick a bunch of skills with Moon to see if I find any keeper level stuff. Now I am expecting that I will not, but just on the odd chance that this happens, it'd be kind of nice to know. So my expectation here is that the scholar level stuff is going to make the difference. Well, that opens up a whole lot of possibilities here. So the Edicts Martial with a confounding parable, and the confounding parable is a Prentice level memory, actually does create a Forbidden Epic. So I wasn't expecting that, and that now means that for all of these... keeper level recipes that I haven't figured out yet, I might actually want to be going a step down to find things that I can use as inputs. So let's just take a look here. So Moon is the primary on this one. I feel like I found a Forbidden Epic in one of these before. But I don't see a reference. Okay. Again, I'm probably not going to... I'm not going to go out of my way to make this happen. I'm definitely not ready to give up a 6... Okay, like, if I can find a way to make the Black Sapphire wash, sure. I'll find a way to make Forbidden Epics. But that seems like a tall order for right now. Megafiend Mysteries is probably... Oh, never mind. Sand Stories was too short. Wolf Stories, too short. Wait a minute. Oh, Pearl and Tide I didn't check. Yeah, no surprises there that I couldn't do those remaining ones. Okay. So, on to phase 2. So the first thing I want to do is make that Wormwood... what was it? Actually, you know what? I can go even further. So I do want to make the Wormwood Dream, but I want to try the Azamal as well. So let's try that again. So I'm not crazy about the fact that this turned out the way that it did, and that's just because there's so many more combinations for me to check now, which it means that for people who are looking for progress in this just means that things sort of slow down a bit more. But of course, the payoff is that that's progress in the game. Oh boy. I don't know. All right, you know what? We'll just do this one at a time. There's no need to get fancy with this. All right. Oh man, I forgot Hill and Hollow. Okay, just in case. Please tell me you went back where you're supposed to. Good. Just in case there's something fancy here. Okay, I'm happy that... Okay, so it's... this is just a dress rehearsal for... figure it's just as easy for me to click through as it is for me to move up and look for the highlights. Okay, so nothing seems to be using these remains right now. I'm also getting close to the limit of what this will give me. Okay. That's no surprise. I don't even know why I tried that. Okay, so that's it for this input. The other challenge is going to be choosing between the Forbidden Epic and the Wormwood Dream, because presumably the Forbidden Epic is actually more useful. Actually, that may not be as hard of a decision as I thought, because I can use the fog as an input. Excuse me. Did I already try? I'm sorry. I did the... I don't think I tried the Azimil, though, did I? Okay, well, that's probably not a surprise. So this is actually a big one for me because this now means that I can use Black Sapphire Wash as an input. What on earth is that bit? Sorry, I think you were replying to something. Let's just see here. A wolf with 3 moons? If it didn't exist, Midjourney would have to create it. Alright, so Black Sapphire Wash. Okay, so I guess the next question is which of these will also create Black Sapphire Wash? I always get a little surprised by which ones wind up making certain... Yeah, so I wouldn't have guessed Sea Stories, but... Okay... Da, da, da. Remember when I thought I was so short on things to do that I... Oh, all right. Remember when I thought I was so short of things to do that I thought I was going to start removing curses? We are a bit of a distance from that now. Interesting. So I think Putrefactions and Calcinations is, I think, the second one that we know all the details. That is a garment wearing that shirt to your wedding. Better still, actually what you really need to do is you need to put... Now, I would assume that because we already know it's a forbidden epic that we wouldn't get anything out of this, but what you really need to do is have that stitched into the back of a tuxedo. Okay, so I'm noticing a lot of sea-oriented ones keep coming up. In fact, what is the description of this? The color, perhaps, of the doors of the House of the Moon. Okay, this is actually turning out to be a pretty productive little run for us. So I'm going to try my luck with Lethe here. I'm not expecting too much. In fact, if I recall correctly, I can never find the Lethe. Okay, so again, we're not expecting anything out of Tradisma Hyra because we already know what the recipe is, but I'd rather spend the time to put something in and verify rather than assume and it also looks like we're quite short on moons, so we might just hit a limit in terms of what we can actually pull off with the Keeper. Yeah, a lot of scholar stuff. So, for instance, this we're never going to know because we don't have enough. We don't have enough moon. So yeah, if we had level 4, we could see working, but if Sea Stories didn't turn out, then there's just nothing else for us to find with Lethe. Last name unavailable. Thank you very much for the raid. I seem to recall last time I saw you, you were playing Starfield? I want to say Starfield or Oblivion. I think you were playing Oblivion, actually. Anyways, what were you up to? I actually didn't see that you were streaming today. Alright, sorry, I lost my track. Right, okay, so we've checked out everything we can with Lethe, although there's definitely an argument for us to check more. You did Dead by Daylight and then switched to this. Oh, so how far have you gotten, and what do you think? Because you seem to be enjoying it the last time I saw you, but I think I only saw you play it once. So I suppose this is a decent one to switch to after Dead by Daylight, but I must apologize, especially to your audience. So for those of you that like Book of Hours, I'm in a bit of a, not a weird spot right now, but I have been maintaining a spreadsheet since the beta, and I am actually at the point where I'm starting to fill in some of the high-level Keeper recipes, so the sort of things that will build the Black Sapphire Wash. So... But if I see how much of the house I was able to get, and besides, I tell you what, I'll agree. One skill. I'll give you one skill. Oh, I'm sorry, I already committed one skill. Anyways, yeah, no worries. I don't take attendance, and it looks like you have been working quite hard. So, I hope you enjoy your lurk. I hope the lack of commitment isn't too big of a an impediment. But especially for those of you who came along with last name unavailable, I know my style is quite different, maybe not as good, but I appreciate you showing support to last name unavailable. For those of you unfamiliar, by the way, last name has broadcast Book of Hours along with many other games. I mentioned the Bethesda ones that I saw, but apparently Dead by Daylight is in the rotation as well. Somebody who I can definitely recommend, especially because, at least as far as I could tell, they quite liked the game, and they have a different approach to it. So for those of you who want to see things committed to the Tree of Wisdoms, that's an easy... You once tried to rent socks? You know, I bought one. This is the left sock. Okay, but yeah, so I'm in the case here where I've got some reasonably strong like skills, and so what I've been trying to do here, I've been slowly gaining some fairly powerful memories as a result of these various recipes. But I'm at the point now where, in terms of places to go, I have 2 rooms which are fairly challenging. And in particular, one of them requires moon. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just doing a lot of experimentation with the kind of crafting that maybe I would have done a little bit earlier in the game if I had more elements of the soul to kind of mess around with. But because I'm very selective in terms of how I spend my turns, it's really this is the time now for me to follow up on this sort of stuff. So one of the heuristics that I had was this idea that using the scholar level recipes, using the things that were built with them, had a better chance than most to produce the keeper level recipes. Because if you don't get them out of a book, and if you don't follow the hints from the game is not actually going to give you, like, if you try to use a scholar recipe, it'll tell you what you need. If you try to make a keeper recipe and you get it wrong, it doesn't give you any suggestions. The suggestions tend to come from the scholar level recipes that you wind up making. So in this case here, I've just been going through a few of the different scholar level recipes that I haven't tried yet. I've got, looks like 2 more, and one of them's the Stimfling. Now, Solomon's Preparation, out of curiosity, anybody who's new here, or sorry, some of you have heard this joke like 8 times, but who here knows Solomon's last name? The former librarian. An Index Gnome, always good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Maybe what I'll do is I'll let audience to deliver this bit of lore. Exactly. Solomon's last name is Husher. So when we drink Solomon's preparation, we abbreviate it to Preparation H. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell upon Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. I always appreciate it, Index Gnome. I hope you have a good evening, or whatever it is you're up to. Okay, so throw the fog at this. Actually, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. But as always, we're gonna make we'll do our rounds, and some of these are redundant because we already know the keeper level recipes, but it's a little easier. Besides, we get to hear the sound of the ocean. Now, there are a couple of things that lead me to believe that... Hang on. Why did we have so much trouble with the Lethe if I've got 11... I'm wondering if I messed something up here. Oh no, Lethe just doesn't have any... Right, okay. Lethe doesn't have any moon aspect. That's why I struggled with it. Well then again, neither does the... Okay, nope, that makes sense. So we're probably going to run into the same problem that we did last time, but that's fine. But yeah, the Lethe and Solomon's Preparation are examples of things that are not... I mean, in the case of Lethe, it doesn't have any moon aspect. But we do also have a suggestion that some of these things get built... some of these things do actually require different aspects to... some of these things require different aspects to be constructed. Again, I'll try and get the note that I wrote because that was a fairly important one. All right, Desires and Dissolutions doesn't help me. Serpents and Wisdoms comes up short. Rhyme and Remembrance. Putrefactions and Calcinations. Aranoscope, nope. Edicts Martial? Well, then we already know what that one is. That would be a Forbidden Epic. And level 2 is never going to be able to get enough. I'm not repeating that bionic means, but that's actually very funny. All right. So a little bit of a... I mean, a little bit of a bust when it comes to the Lethe and the Solomon's Prep, but we didn't have high expectations for it. One other thing I would like to try, and I suspect... Ooh. Maybe an altar? This is definitely going to require some fancy footwork. So grab the Stimpfling. Ava DeWolf taught her father Valentine how to hatch these silvery little villains, but he never learnt to like them. So we get 2 moon memories here. So again, you never know. Maybe the Stimpfling gives us something. Doesn't hurt to try. We do have a couple of recipes that call for an egg that theoretically will hatch one of these things. But the reason why I'm trying these sort of remote possibilities now is I'm about to start committing things to produce the Wormwood Dream. So we're going to do one more round of these with the Wormwood Dream. Wow. I probably should have been paying closer attention to... Yeah, okay. Wasn't much hope of us making that happen anyway. So, now we make goodies. So Edicts Marshal. Ideally, I don't have to give up too much in order to do this, so I might want to be a little careful in terms of what I'm actually committing. Okay, a Tryst, Yeah, Edicts Marshal doesn't have a whole lot. So I'm at 8. I need another 2. I don't really want to give up this Confounding Parable. Weird. Apparently I only have 1. Yikes. Okay. Well, I will commit the Confounding Parable under protest, really. But I think what I'm going to do now... Oh god, we're already at halfway through the day. Okay. We're recovering something at the Sweet Bones. I'm going to read 108 to get the Confounding Parable. I definitely need to get on getting some satisfaction as well. So, Nectar, the Fruits of Knowledge. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I have a feeling we're going to be throwing the Earth sign at the problem. Yeah, honestly, I don't see a situation where I get my Tryst back in time. I think I'm also gonna... So we need 3 of the Nectar or Nectar or Grail memories, so I think I'm going to start making some music as well. This is the last time I tell the Preparation H joke. Okay, yeah. I'm happy that we took Reverend Timothy, but this is just not delivering what we need right now, and I am running out of time. So, I guess it doesn't really matter what I apply. I'll take a Faust, though, because I like Lantern. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Let's use our health, so I think Perugian Diaries will give me what I need. No, sorry, Perugian Diaries is Cheerful Ditty. Skeleton Songs, that's the one. So Solomon's Desk, or the Pale Desk rather, will allow me to read the, use heart to read a book. Poems of Greedy Delight composed by the possibly synonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So yeah, I definitely overcommitted today in terms of tasks, but we will see this through. So at minimum, with what we have here between the Earth Sign, the Satisfaction, and the Song, we've kind of locked in our activities. In fact, it sort of means that this Faust was wasted, renewing this Faust was wasted. Although maybe what I'll do, instead of giving up the Earth Sign, I'll give up something else. I could also try working at the Sweet Bones. In fact, how long do I have? So 20 seconds to get this thing back. Yeah, I need this Tryst back as soon as I possibly can. That was a mistake to try and recover this Faust. Okay, Wormwood... Man, that is an image. If there are laws which apply only in Dream, then it must also be that there are crimes which can be committed there. So it's not a persistent memory. It is an omen, though, and holy crap, that thing is powerful. 6 moon, 6 winter, 3 edge. It is a little weird, though, that I haven't been able to find this anywhere else. So yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm going to lose my Tryst for tomorrow. I forgot. Oh my god, I have blown today so badly. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to get Orchids and Narcotics back. Because the reason I had my health was so that I could use that in a lesson. So the best I can hope for now is to try and find some sort of Lantern Moon combination. And there's the sound of scary things. Okay, so, I need to pick some priorities. I'm going to... Wait a minute. Okay, I have my Beguiling Melody. Alright, so I need to prioritize. So in this case, we're going to start with the health. So I want that back first. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. There is an outside chance I might be able to recover this Tryst in time to use the Wormwood Dream, but Is there someone laughing at you? Maybe they're laughing at the preparation jokes. Okay. Now, I guess the trick here is that as long as I can find something where I can put lantern or sky, I can still use the Wormwood Dream and things. The problem is that I know Faust is not friendly with most of the... like, most of the stuff here. So... I think my first... Yeah, so I don't think either of these directly take Moon. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do it indirectly through... Okay, the reading room's a little bit of a solution. The problem is that I've lost access to that really strong liquid. So I'm starting with 7 Moon, which is... And that whole business about trying to keep the confounding parable. Yeah, it looks like I already got rid of it. Okay. Jesus. All right. If I had my Tryst, that would have done the trick. Yeah, so my Faust isn't going to help me. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. So if I can find something like the Whoa. The Nocturnary is one option. The Hermit's Workbench. No. I want to try and be a little more thoughtful about how I'm doing this stuff rather than just sort of freaking out. I don't think any of these solar spots are going to help me, but you never know. Actually, we'll make beautiful music. What the hell did I do with the confounding parable? I must have used it to make the Wormwood Dream, but... Alright, it would have been nice to have the extra inspiration, but at least we're starting with 8 now. So we'll try the same trick again. No, that's not going to get us very far. Yeah, so Snow Stories already isn't enough. Man. There's one last possibility. But my soul's not going to work here. Well, there's a couple of things I can do. There might be an angle here. Okay, that's a little more like it. The very funny thing is, if after all of this I'm gonna find something, or I'm not gonna find any use for the Wormwood Dream. I mean, discovering the Wormwood Dream on its own, given that my first and not unreasonable assumption was that it would be a 3 moon memory. Being able to remove that as a possibility, I'm not sure is a terrible thing. I'm not too hopeful. Yeah, level 2 was the best that I could do. Okay, yeah, so the Wormwood Dream does not seem to have much going for it, which, you know, fair enough. That does free me from doing anything with the Tryst, though, so I guess it's just as well that I locked in the heart. It might have been nice to try and make the Forbidden Epic, but I think I can learn to live without. But it does radically alter the calculation when it comes to my... Oh, by the way, I do see there's a lot of activity going on in terms of the... You know, actually, Winter, it's funny you mentioned that, because it feels like a lot of people... it feels like a lot of people... like are wondering what they're hearing. Which I'm particularly happy for. But yeah, so I mean, I guess long story short, well, this didn't quite turn out the way that I wanted. We can say with a nun we get 4 moon. So 6 from Wormwood. Could get 1 from the Tryst, 1 from the Tool. So that's already 12. 2 from food. And do I have a moon drink? Apparently I only have 1 from drinks. So 4, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15. So I've got 1 more than required, which is darned close. But we are actually able to go kind of aggressive in terms of pursuing a nun now. And I believe with a musician, we would also be able to get the nectar required, although... Oh, that's right. So for... Yeah, we don't even need to use the special drink. Okay, we're in good shape. So I guess the question now is, what do I want to do with the rest of the day? I'd kind of like to work at the Sweet Bones, but I don't know if I'm going to have the time, so I'm just going to eat the cost. And I will... I'll catalog another book. Alright, catalog a Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So the real hope right now is that I'm going to be able to get all of this done before the end of the day. I think what we do tomorrow We've got 2 books to read, so we've got Those Who Do Not Sleep and the Larkabine Codex. It's possibly the rest of these Dawn texts will also be readable, so we've got 2 more. De Bellis Murorum, so 3 texts. Alright, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So this, with 13 seconds, I think if I tried to use the Faust to earn some money, it wouldn't have worked. Unfortunately, I think I am committing... No, 30 seconds, we will be able to level up orchids and narcotics. Better now. And we will, I believe, have all of my elements of the soul for the next day. So again, a little bit of a bumpy ride. Okay. Ah, actually, Reverend Timothy did serve a purpose. Whoa! That would have been sad. Let's try that again. Beguiling melody. Yeah, there we go. So I did have to give up the earth sign. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. So I suppose the question comes down to, do I want to try and hire the nun, or do I want to try and read some of these books? We're still fairly early on into winter, so I don't think it would hurt for us to read more of these books. Maybe we go for the most difficult one at the start, Those Who Do Not Sleep. So for 12 heart, I would need... The skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. There is no greed without beauty. So I think Drums and Dances is my best heart now. Yeah, so with Drums and Dances, we would have 8 for starters, 9 with the tool, so then I would need 3 more heart, which we can get from banging on the bongos, but then... we can still make this work. But I do need to get Apollo and Marsyas, I believe. So basically we do... So yeah, let's think a little bit about how I'm going to plan out the day. So we do Drums and Dances, heart. So we need 2. Let's wait to see what the weather brings us. Okay, snowy day. The world is pale today. The white is west of the world, and winter does not wait forever, Solomon Husher once said. Now, I don't know if I've done the whole, like, trying to find all the keeper level stuff with winter. I feel like I should probably do that. At minimum, I should do that with Heart Nectar, Lantern Sky, Forge Knock, Moth Moon, Winter. We already have Lantern on this one. And obviously for some of these we've already done that. But it might be better for me just to review my spreadsheet and sort of see where the need is. I think we have enough to do for today to try and push us over the edge. So, if we're going to be building a 4-heart memory, so that takes me up to 11. If we need 12, then we add the kitchen bowls. All right. So let's start by using the Faust to read Apollo and Marsyas to give us a memory of a storm. Now the next thing that I'd like to do, I'm not too worried about Edicts Martial for the Wormwood Dream, but I am worried about Edicts Martial for the... Forbidden Epic. Okay, so this is going to require a little bit of thought. So we take Edict's Marshal for... Is this a turn-based version of Cultist Simulator? I'm getting a lot of the same vibes, but it doesn't feel as anxiety ticking clock as it... Yeah, so it's not exactly turn... But I play it turn-based just because I'm not committing stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. So as a result, because I haven't been committing skills to the Tree of Wisdoms... Also, welcome, Hit People guy. Because I haven't been committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, which gets you elements of the soul, I have fewer actions that I can take in a day than somebody who would be a little bit, who'd be committing those a bit more. But it's basically, it has the same sort of system as Cultist Simulator. So in Cultist Simulator, if you want, you can basically hit pause and wait as long as you want. And same with Book of Hours. But the design intention behind this absolutely was to do something that was less stressful than Cultist Simulator. So as far as I can tell, there is no involuntary ending to the game here. So if you want, you can achieve a minor ending. There are different things that you can do, but essentially if you don't want to make the game difficult... Well, okay, I should be a little careful with this. The difficulty that this game has is a different style of it. So this game does a very good job of sort of conveying the feeling of being in an ancient house full of interesting things and exploring it. And so with the more relaxed pace of Book of Hours, it allows the game to go much deeper than Cultist Simulator, which, with the constant fear of this thing that's about to kill you because, you could starve to death, or you could get arrested, or any number, or you could get sick. There's lots of different ways to perish in Cultist Simulator, and so as a result, you're maybe not going to focus as in depth. But yeah, this is an absolutely wonderful game. It's obviously by the same developer. Well, not obviously, but it's by the same developers. So if you liked Cultist Simulator, I definitely feel like Book of Hours is more of the stuff that you would like. But it is certainly a much wider view of what the world offers. So if you have any other specific questions about it, I'm happy to answer, because I've been spending a lot of time just trying to organize. I've been playing since the beta, so I've got this spreadsheet that I've been maintaining for all of the different skills and such. And because I'm trying to fill in some gaps, it usually involves some really long moments on pause while I try and figure out my next moves, like now. So in order to get the Wormwood Dream, I would need 10 moth. 10 moon. I get... No, I don't need the Wormwood Dream. I need the... Well, no, maybe I do, actually. Okay, sorry. Let me... Yeah, no worries, Hit People guy. If you are interested, not that I want to turn this into an advertisement, but this whole run is on my YouTube channel. And then I also have a dedicated YouTube run for, just half-hour episodes that are designed to be watched like VODs rather than these, which are live streams. Oh, it's youtube.com/systemchalk. I don't have a command for that, but yeah, if you just do System Chalk, you should actually. I am in front of a computer, believe it or not. I might be able to find that myself. There you go. And yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. My style is not for everyone, so no hard feelings if you get recommended a different Book of Hours thing and check it out elsewhere. We actually had somebody host a little bit earlier. Last name. I didn't want to say undefined. Last name unavailable, not undefined. My apologies. They just hosted, but yeah, no. I mean, there's definitely a few people who are broadcasting this who might do it at a slightly, not just slightly, who might do it at a faster pace. But insofar as you find the explanations helpful, people have commented on the YouTube videos, and I try to keep them in playlists, so hopefully it'll be easy to navigate. Okay, so let's work this out. So I need a confounding parable. Now that I get from a book, so that's not a problem. I can use any element of the soul for that. Next, I would need 15 moon. So I get 1 from the Tryst. And I know for sure that I'm going to have to use an Edict's Marshal. So that would be 4. So I'd still need to find another 10. Confounding Parable gets me 2. So now I'm down to 8. Wow. That asks a lot. Maybe I save this for a separate... Nah, see, if I save it for a separate time, then I wind up like the Wormwood Dream, and it turns out there's a really powerful item that I'm leaving aside. Okay. So let's just work out how I might try and put this together, because if I were to do this at the Nocturnary... So this is where the soul would go. This would be where the skill goes. The memory would be maybe the Confounding Parable. The shadow would be... Okay, so Tryst, Edict's Marshal, Confounding Parable. So Wormwood Dream. We'd still need to find 2... Oh, hell. Oh no, the Old Wound would work. Okay. Man, that's a lot. Okay. So, it's clear that I need to make the Wormwood. So Wormwood Dream is going to require... is definitely going to require the Tryst. This was so much easier when I had fog to work with. Okay. So this one just has to be 10. I'm still coming up short, though. What I'm mistakenly trying to do is do this without cost. And that's a nice ambition, but maybe not a wise one. Well, okay, no, hang on. There is actually a way that I can pull this off. So if I use the harp, so with the harp I would get a memory, an inspiration, and an application. So 2, 4, and 6. Right, but the Old Wound isn't an omen. So that still just gives me 4, and I'm still short. God, okay. So either I wait for a foggy day, which makes me upset, or let's see what my desks can do. Because I do get the option of... oh man, do I really want to give up the strong ink for this? How badly do I want my... Because, like, that's the 10 right there. Yep, we're going for it. And I'll make another Azamil to go on this desk. Okay, that bit of meditation out of the way. Let's start by reading 108 to get the confounding parable, which is going to be the input to... That's going to be the input to the Forbidden Epic. Where did I put 100 A's in this higher level, right? Yeah, there it is. Ava DeWolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the great hooded princes, the Nochlong who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the horned axe. Alright, so I've got a Health, a Faust, and a Whist to kick around. I'm reading Apollo and Marsyas so I can bang on the bongos so I can get... Yeah, I'm going to be crowded at the Sweet Bones. Alright, well that's life. I guess the question is, what other things do I want to try and do with my elements of the soul right now? And right now, the answer is nothing. I suppose I could try to get another moon. It's like an intuition, I think, would give me that. Collected Hush House lectures. Unfortunately, it looks like somewhere I accidentally deleted one of the intuition texts. That's going to be a pain to figure out. Just give me a quick second here, if you don't mind. I'm going to make a note. Oh god, this is gonna be... Okay, I have an idea. Sorry, this is kind of a big deal that I've lost one of these texts, so I just need a second to see if I can recover it. So sadly, that was lost to time. I'll work this out. I'll do this on my own time, so I don't know if I'm just going to like sit down and read all the books, or I'll take sort of process of elimination, see which ones are in the library, but which ones don't appear on the stream. But I see absolutely no value in making you all sit through that. So I'll do things maybe the old-fashioned way here. Yeah, for safety, let's take the Fire Circle Tantra. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I might as well just keep this is my new shelf for stuff that I want to read. Yeah, so we're certainly putting a lot of effort into reading Those Who Do Not Sleep, but hey, it's what I got. So again, just a recap of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get the Wormwood Dream as an input to creating a Forbidden Epic. And then I owe myself an Azamil later on. I just don't think I'm going to be able to do it today. Okay, I shouldn't have lost time on that, but that's life. I think I can get away without using the health in this case, so if we add the storm... No, we're at 9. If I had a tool, I'd be able to do it, but... Well... No, that doesn't work. Okay, let's not... I think today, every time I've tried to get clever, I wind up doing something stupid, so let's just stick with that. Drum up a heart music. Drums and dances with scholar level heart plus instrument creates the Thunderskins Paean. So, put that in again. That is so that we can read this high level heart text. There are some, there's some persistent memories that I'd like to keep, but that's something for later. Okay, so the first priority now is to recover the Tryst so that we can use that as an input to create the confounding parable. Let's go to the Sweet Bones. Rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. We'll break a pound note. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Okay, this is basically a backup intuition. It may actually be sufficient. Let's see what happens at the harp. So remembering we needed 15 to make this work. That's an omen, so we can actually use another... Oh, there's the confounding parable. 10! Good God! Oh, no, hang on. I actually think we're one short on the Edicts Martial, though. No! Oh, no, hang on, but we get the one moon from the Tryst, so yes, we're good. That intuition, everything is exactly the way it should have been. So we are going to be able to get the Forbidden Epic today. That's one on my to-do list taken care of. In 1 minute, we will have our heart, which is actually pretty good because the Tryst will be available in 30 seconds. Now, I have a feeling the heart's probably going to be occupied reading this text for the rest of the day. I don't need to make that a mystery, actually. So Natan's desk is going to help us here. It is an apothecary's desk. I'll read this when I read the text. Okay, so... Oh, yes, this is in a different language, too. And Fusine is the dry tongue. Yes! Oh, I should have paid attention to that before. My drums are already taken up, but just add 1, so we're at 9 here. Yeah, we're good. I think, actually, so if we were at... Yeah, we still needed the 4 though. But the good news is I don't need my heart to work for this. So actually as soon as we make the music, we're good. So Sweet Bones is looking a little less crowded. There's a lot of music that I really like. And I know I've said it before, but I think this is... At least in terms of winter, I think this is my favorite song. So when the soundtrack becomes available, it's called Settle Old Soldier. Okay, we are ready to play the harp. So yeah, for those of you who are feeling inadequate after playing Cultist Simulator and this character that seems to be able to pick up Latin, Greek, Sanskrit, Fusine, Deep Mandaic, Vac, Frisian, Aramaic. Is it 9 languages in the game? Something like that. For the character that's able to master these to a level of being able to translate complicated, complicated text. And by the way, I've been going through this Plotinus book that I got recently, and they actually describe the difficulty in translating his work, specifically because he has a very specific style, and it is unconventional. So the whole idea of translation is more than just knowing the language, but also being able to understand the idiosyncrasies, particularly authors who might be writing at a time when the language hasn't sort of got its like standardized form. So, for instance, if you read I love English literature. I have absolutely no hope with Old English, and I'm sorry if Lottie's hearing this, and good God, why are you listening for 5 hours if you are? But if Lottie hears this, I actually do really like Old English literature. I'm probably not going to be able to like Beowulf as much as Lottie does, but Old English is great. But man, I have no hope of actually being able to read Old English as written. And I like Chaucer, but holy hell, I have to go out of my way not to read Chaucer in translation. That is not. Has anybody tried reading the Canterbury Tales in an untranslated version out of curiosity? Because I may have a copy of it which I can try and read. But yeah, so even in the case, so if for those of you that have done it, I mean, Shakespeare would not be a terrible example of it, but Shakespeare is actually relatively easy to understand once you work on it. Canterbury Tales I kind of prefer as my example of Old English that is quite challenging to read, just because it's a fairly, I feel like it's fairly well known, but it's certainly one that serves as an example. Anyways, and elaborate the parable into a potent edge epic. So Edicts Martial with keeper level moon plus confounding parable creates a forbidden epic. That's 2 minutes where my tryst is occupied. I don't think we have any hope of getting some lessons learned out of the heart text, but that's not our focus for today, so I'm not too worried. All right, A Song of Joyous Sacrifice. Let's see if my assessment was correct. So we'll go to Natan's desk. It's an apothecary's desk, all right, but it dates from at least 100 years after Natan of Regensburg came here. Of course, his son, his grandson, and his great-grandson were all Natans too. So, drums and dances. We'll combine that with Those Who Do Not Sleep. The Mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch and of the Thunderskin. Oops. Fusine, the people lived east of the lost lake Fusino. Horus warned that theirs was the land of witches, and this was their language, called by some the dry tongue, and by others the tongue of witches. Okay, so we'll add the music. Oh yeah, we're already at 13. Ah! Right, Natan's desk doesn't work with Faust, but I should have a... Yeah, there we go. See, the game knew I liked that song. Heart onwards. I can master this mystery. I should have read the description of the desk, but we'll do that. We'll do that after. All right. Here is what English is like. from ye olden days. So I'm taking this from the Norton Anthology of English Literature, volume A, but it's the 8th edition. So you youngsters might have a newer edition. I can't remember if it's up to the 9th or the 10th. General Prologue. When that April with his showers soot, the drought of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vein in switch liquor, of which virtue engendered is the floor. When Zephyrus eke with his sweet breath inspired hath in every holt and heath, the tender crops and the young sun hath in the ram his half-course run. And small fowls maken melody that sleepeth all the night with open ye, which roughly translates, when then in April its showers are fresh, the drought of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every such in sweet, and bathed every vine in such liquid, of which in which by power of which is engendered in the flower. When Zephyrus also with his sweet breath inspired hath in every grove and field the tender crops. I think this might be in reference to something other than like actual crops. And the young sun, and this, obviously referring to the time of day, hath in the ram his half-course run. Anyways, yeah. So like this is definitely stuff, and the spelling is all over the place. So when WHAN, that in April with his showers, SHOWRES, suit SOOTE. And the drought, DROUGHTE, of March hath, maybe it's parched, PERCED to the root, root ROOTE, and bathed every vine, VEINE, in switch, SWICH, liquor, LICOUR, of which virtue, VERTU, engendered in the flower, or fleur maybe, FLOWR. As you can see, like, I'm a native English speaker, and I am utterly perplexed when I sit down to try and read this. And again, I love it. Like, again, I absolutely love Old English, but the point that I'm trying to make here, like, in addition to the fact that it can be quite difficult for people, I am one of them, to pick up languages. So I'm making an effort with French, and I do my best. But when you are reading old texts, and I'm beginning to appreciate this particularly with Plotinus because of the sort of connection to more mystical thoughts, and because he has his particular writing style and things that might be obvious to him, and not just because of his time, but because of his thought process and his particular grammatical conventions, all of those things go into translating his work, which is already very abstract and complicated. And this is completely beside whether or not you know what the words mean in the grammar of ancient Greek. So, have fun, everyone. So in any case, if you are not already pissed off at the fact that you've got this genius who apparently can pick up old and arcane languages to a level that he can translate, or she, can translate these very complicated and arcane texts. Apparently the librarian of Hush House has time to be able to play the harp, the piano, upright and grand, although the keys are the keys, so that's not like that's going to be a big deal. The drums and the double bass, the quivering double bass no less, and a fife to such a level that they are able to alter the fabric of the universe. As maybe a little too much, but, you know, they are at least able to create an invincible audacity out of these things.
The sister and witch were born in 2 wombs, one poor, one rich, across the sea. The sister was stronger in the aspect of heart, and so their survival was assured. The witch was stronger in the aspect of grail, and so they were not satisfied. The Colonel's lessons and the Lionsmith's lessons have been unkindly and reductively rendered as stab versus thump. Hang on. Okay, so this is the same line as Invincible Audacity, but different results. So this is helpful. Six edge, 4 moon, and 4 rose. This is good. This is actually the highest rose that I've been able to get as well. Well, if I ever need this much edge again, I've got all I need. So I do owe myself an Azamel, but I'm happy that I did this. Like I've got a good idea of what my path, both for the heart and the moon's going to be. So for the rest of the day, we're just going to wait to finish reading about the twins, the sister and witch, and we'll plan out our upgrades for the next few days. So we're about halfway through winter, and if we get hit by Numa, I want to be prepared. When the sister and witch came west, the Red Grail permitted their ascension, and then grew jealous of their power. It lured a great musician into the ranks of its names, and caused him to be reborn from blood as a heart hour, so that the Grail might maintain dominion there also, but its victory is not assured. So I wonder if that's the Thunderskin. So that's a storm and surgeries and exsanguination. So that shouldn't be that hard for us to get. All right. Those who do not sleep. So, in practical terms, for surgeries and exsanguinations, 2 heart... Yeah, so I need a total of 5 heart memories. This is definitely a time that I would want to call on Reverend Timothy. But we'll let the day... let the day pass over, and we can add a book to... Alright, I'm going to have to move my 2 difficult pile, I think. Oops. Should double check that some of these languages don't have rows. No. Okay. Let's finish the movement. You're kidding me. All right. This gives me a reason to read a few more of those. I wonder with these memories if this changes the equation. Yeah, actually, hang on. With six moon. So we've got 10. Oh, this game likes to troll. All right, so let's just take a look here. So we've got the Voyages of Furnishing of Oriel. So with Tridesma Hyra, we can take that for the 10 moon. We can do the Wormwood. Wormwood Dreams, I think it was. So that brings us up to 16. I add... Oh, no. Okay, yes. So if we throw everything into it, I can... So I add the Tryst and then the Lunar Globe, and we are able to read the Voyages of Furnishing of Oriel. But maybe what we'll do is we'll try that in spring, because I actually already have a few texts that I can read. But I also don't need... So there's not a whole lot that I need to really do today. I do want to upgrade surgeries and exsanguinations. The other thing that I want to do is recover some of the stuff that I committed. So, for instance, if I can get Wrapped in the King read again, that would be good. Surgeries and Exsanguinations uses Nox, so there's an outside chance I might be able to actually do both. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to get a little... No, you know what? I don't need Wrapped in the King right away. So we're going to farm Reverend Timothy for heart memories. And anything left over... Anything left over is a bonus. Oh, hang on. There was one other thing I wanted to do. Oh, and it's a storm, so that's an extra heart for us. So I'm looking for my best shot at replacing that Azimel. So apparently, Moth with Inks of Revelation is a good way to do that. I need to find a liquid that I can throw into it. Okay, so I'll throw the Tristan there. There's got to be a simple 2 Moth liquid that I can... Well, not here. I guess that would be the dispensary. I'm trying to avoid committing stuff to... Well, yeah, actually, I guess that's a... Well, no, I'm going to need a liquid no matter what, so let's... Actually, come to think of it, I think only the Skin-Shuck Mead gives us... Moth. I'm not ready to give up this honey for the... Although maybe we can get the Moth elsewhere? There's his cordials. Oh, it's been a while since I've used one of those. Alright. Brew a silvery moon ink. Inks of Revelation plus scholar level Moth plus a liquid creates Azimel. Thesis cordials aren't that hard to make, so I'm happy to lock that in. Let's get talking with Reverend Timothy. So technically, I just need 4 more heart or knock memories. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So the reason why I'm setting it up this way is right now, any heart or any knock memory that Timothy generates is like a bonus. It's something that's useful to me. That will be less true the more memories we get. So for instance, the storm is unique because memory storm is a different thing. This has weather, whereas a memory storm isn't weather. Like, you don't open the book and the storm comes rushing out. Apparently it does with the Swallowed Thunder, though. Okay, so that gossip doesn't give us what we need, but that's fine. And essentially what I can do for the first part of the day, like I'm already doing the one sort of not reading thing that I wanted to do, and that's to create a replacement for the ink that I used. Really the next step here is just to, if I can, make the most of my Elements of the Soul without having to buy my rest, because again, it's not that hard for us to do surgeries and exsanguinations on another day. And then if it does come down to that, maybe I just try reading another book, or maybe I do something with my my memories or my Elements of the Soul that's productive. Okay. With Keeper level Moon, not Moth, Azamel can deepen to a black sapphire. Keeper level Moon, not Moth. Yeah, okay, we know that. Oh, I did say that there was a recipe that kind of already indicated to me that there's going to be combinations across styles. So Ichor Auroral plus Rose creates the Incastum Terminale of the second history. I kind of wish I had better notes on that, because I feel like there are some details missing. Oh, well, this does have some rows. Okay. But yeah, I certainly don't have enough rows through from other places, so we'll see how it goes. Well, that's knock, actually, so if I want, I can use the storm. I suppose the question is, what do I gain by not using it? So let's take our surgeries and exsanguinations. We'll use the health. I guess it doesn't matter between health and shaft, because they both generate the same amount of money. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. So just to give you an idea of what this gets me. So if you notice from waiting, I have a Whist and a Fost now, so I've got 2. I'm going to need 3 to be able to level up the surgeries and exsanguinations. So if Reverend Timothy gives me a Memory of a Storm, if he gives me a Solace, if he gives me, what is that previous one, the one with the knock, any of those options will give me, I can use the Whist and the Fost for a minute and get what I need. I also have the option at this point of, going to the Sweet Bones. I'm actually slightly tempted. Let's say if we get to the Actually, I should be making a choice on this soon. Maybe one more round with Reverend Timothy? Might be too late then. So, as a safety, let's get the Faust, because at minimum I'm going to be able to use that back in the Sweet Bones to do the trick. So I think once we hear the birds of the day finishing, we commit whatever elements of the soul to doing the upgrade. All right, intuition doesn't quite help me. You just know, you know. Oh, I don't think. Now that I think of it, I don't believe assistance will give you confounding parables. That was another one I was meaning to say. Nice day spent chatting with Reverend Timothy and the Sweet Bones. Okay, so that's the sign that I need to wrap things up. So this is the point where I'm just going to go read whatever books that I can. So Apollo and Marsyas for the Storm. Traveling at Night, Volume 2 for the Solace. And Advice on Containment for the Pattern. And if I mess that up, I'm going to be very sad, but that's life. Mind you, we may also get something from Reverend Timothy, which helps. So yeah, I mean, I gave up a tuppence to be able to just get the jump on the next book that I'm reading, but I don't think that's too bad. There is a reason why I read the more complicated books first. So I would expect that the 6 Edge or 6 Moon texts would be a little bit. Like, basically, I'd expect them to have fewer lessons, and as a consequence, it may be challenging for us to level them up, but in the end, there's just fewer memories overall to sort of work through. So, okay, so we got a Solace. That will mean the Traveling at Night run will not be useful to us, but hey. I wouldn't want to risk missing out on the whole upgrade just on the off chance that Reverend Timothy gave us something a little early. Okay, so that timed out exactly how we thought it would. So, surgeries and exsanguinations, Pattern, Storm, Solace. And the Shaft. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. So under IOUs, I still need to get the Earth sign back. And then, yeah, I think first thing tomorrow we're going to read... I guess the question would be, do I want to read De Bellis Murorum or the Larkabine Codex? I think probably De Bellis Murorum, just because that might be... Actually, let's do Larkabine. Because I imagine that there may be greater challenges. And hindsight. Okay. No big deal. If you excuse me, it's been a little late, so I'm just gonna take a quick bite of something, and I don't mind going a little bit later tonight, but just because it'll give me a chance to wrap up a few books. What the hell? Oh my god, it's already 2? Okay. I do need to wrap this up sooner than I thought. It's a lot later than I thought it was. But let's make something of the day. So the hail. Well, you know what? The hail's unnecessary because I just add Auroral Contemplations and an element of the soul. You know what? Okay, this is probably not smart, but De Millis Miorum, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. So I'll read that one, and and then I might as well, actually probably would have been better to read that at another desk. I might as well just read the other one, because in the end I'm still going to want to, I'm going to want to commit, I'm going to want to commit memories to both, so I might as well just have the lessons know what they are. The challenge is that there's very little time left in winter, so if we get hit by a Numa, I could be setting myself up for a disappointment here, so I want to be very careful with, you know, I do not want to be distracted by trying to do anything else up to and including getting that Earth sign back. So I can master this mystery, enough moon to match mystery moon. Now, if I can before Numa, it might be nice to try and use some of these higher level, like some of these keeper level memories to try and do something like big with, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that I think might be interesting, but I think in this case, even if I wind up just keeping these as, you know, we accomplished something we were looking to do, I can live with that. I wouldn't be sad if the affair of the unfinished lark finished off, and I was able to get. I mean, the great combination would be if I could get Crack Track, just because there are so many books, or so many powerful books written in that. But all right, De Bellis Miorum, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. So this should take us half the day. The other half of the day will be spent getting the memories that we need to upgrade things. And like I said, I'm certainly not going to shy away from going to the Sweet Bones to recover things, given how close we are to the end of the season. And then I figure once we lock those in, we can take our chances with Rose. That'll take 2 memories, and while I do that, I can... I guess 3 technically. I guess it depends how badly I want to try and get it. But then we can keep spamming the Sweet Bones for new travelers. All right, the 2-1 joined and the horn distinguished, consequently blood. So Disciplines of the Scar, happy to get that, and a contradiction. All right, I think we have this in the list. Nope. And then the other text, the moon one. The Larkabing Codex. Christopher Larkabus claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the scene of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the king of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. So, salt from Larkabing Codex. So I believe we got 4 books out of the session tonight, and sea stories. Okay, so the first question that we have in front of us is which of these two... So both texts only gave us 1 memory. This should be pretty easy for us to level up. I think there is a small argument that we go for Disciplines of the Scar first just because of the hail. So to upgrade Discipline... Oh, God, yeah. Not even a question. We are already 2, and if I wanted, I could try using the Forbidden Epic or the Invincible Audacity, but I would be very upset with myself if I did that. So let's go. Disciplines of the Scar uses lanterns, so we'll keep the Faust aside, but we don't need the Whist. So Fear ought to do the trick. Edge of Trophy. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So, Faust is spoken for. Now, in order to upgrade the sea stories, we would need our... we would need our Tryst, so we would need to renew that. The question is... Okay, I would need 4. I'm not above spending two sessions at the Sweet Bones. I think that's a fair price to pay for peace of mind. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So let's think about where I'm going to be getting my Grail and Moon. So I suppose the first thing I'll do is read Fecry's Herbery for the Grail. The only thing I'm worried about is I might have miscounted in terms of the amount of time that I have for the day, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to lock both of these skills in. And I can prepare the way, so Disciplines of the Scar is going to become level 4. And Sea Stories is going to become level 5. That's not too far of a journey it needs to take. I don't know if it would have made sense to use Reverend Timothy in this case, but I'm happy enough to leave it there. Okay, let's take our Disciplines of the Scar. We'll take the Lesson, the Memory, Contradiction, the Hail, the Faust, another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Oh yes, I could use the Shapt right away, so just for memory we're getting Grail already, so Confounding Parable ought to do the trick with the Shapt. 108's the go-to for that. I could try and get an Intuition if I was so inclined, but I do need another Element of the Soul for that, so let's get our Faust back, Rest and Refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So I sort of messed up the timings on this, but I think in the end it's not going to have that heavy of an effect in terms of when I actually commit the sea stories to their status. Actually, hang on. Right, it's 4, so I'm missing one. I could actually use the Old Wound, because that's not that hard to generate, but I've kind of already... I mean, I guess I'd use the Element of the Soul tomorrow for it anyway. So yeah, I'll use the Shapt as I intended. Okay, that's the hurry the heck up sound. So we'll be a little bit past dusk when we get the item that we need, but that's fine. Humors of a Gentleman or the Karashim Portolan would do the trick for this one. Gotta do that sleep thing. Good night. Thank you very much for stopping by. Last name unavailable. I hope you have a good rest. It's actually really late for me too, but I'm one book away from having literally everything read. So I'm probably not going to get to that tonight, but I'm happy that you stuck around. I hope I'd get a chance to catch your stuff soon. All right, so let's find the Karashim Portolan, or the Humors of a Gentleman. There we go. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. For those of you that like the text for the books, I do apologize for not spending more time on those, but again, I'm definitely feeling the pressure to get everything in on time. I mean, I can pause and read it for sure, but just to be able to get everything... If I can get this season done, for the end of the stream, even though it winds up being like 6 hours or something like that, it's just a fresh start for the next broadcast, and it's the start of the year, so it will mean sort of, but it'll mean kind of a fresh set of priorities. That's definitely going to be a time when we're trying to get more hirelings. We're much better equipped for taking the hirelings along, and depending on how the events go, we may also wind up with some languages, and as a consequence, more books to read. Okay, there's our gossip. So we take our sea stories. So tryst for the effort, sea stories, salt, gossip, confounding parable, satisfaction, so satisfying to have come so far. Level 5. So yeah, under the IOUs, Earth Sign, but certainly not a high priority in the grand scheme of things. Earth Sign might be kind of nice if we go for the nectar with the honeyed forbid. Or no, actually it wouldn't, because I'm already going to use the higher level nectar memory. But yeah, lots of possibilities available to us now that we have one more book to handle, but again, I think that's one that might be better served after the season crosses over. So with that in mind, the elements of the soul that I'm going to be committing to a worker search... Oh, it's already spring. Yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. Let's see what the weather brings. Sunny day. Iron Spintra, £1 note. And you know what? I did sort of say that I would wrap up on the season, but let's have a little fun. So one thing I'm going to do... actually, you know what? Let's start with the rose. So I'm going to get a confounding parable. So we'll use Phos for that. So we'll read 108. Also, I was meaning to shelve a couple of these texts. Okay, so... gossip, so Karashim Portolan again. Faust isn't relevant to any of the things that I need to do right now, so those are going to be the first priorities. Collected Hush House lectures I know I have, I just can never find... Here it is. I messed this up. Vagabond's desk should take knock. Yeah, here we go. Oh, hang on. I'm going to use my health for that, actually. For reasons that will become apparent soon. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So, I am also going to bring in Reverend Timothy. This is a little overkill, but I'm okay with overkill right now. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. So this is the time that we are going to make an attempt at this Rose book. I'm particularly interested in the Rose book because one of the weaker skills that I have is in fact Rose. So if I can help boost that up, it's less about being able to access the sagging dock, which I feel is something that we can achieve through other means. But what I'm particularly interested in here is being able to, being able to get the crafting up higher, particularly when I see that we can make an Acastum Terminale using Rose. If I can level up some Rose skills, that will mean that it's a little easier for me to identify the recipes, the higher level recipes for them, and as a consequence, it makes it easier for me to be able to make the thing that I want. So we'll give it 10 seconds. I will have all the rows I need for my task. And looks like we've exhausted the affair of the unfinished lark. So for 3 years, the sculptor adept Zuthamilim Zidane has labored at his masterpiece, an abstract sculpture that speaks the voice of the desert lark. And now, puzzlingly and suddenly, he is dead. Visitors with an interest in Forge of Sky mysteries will want to talk about this. We had Zita. Zita believed that Zidane had been murdered, and after investigating possible motives, speculated that he had been eavesdropping at the keyholes of heaven. Serena, whatever Dr. Blackwood found at Hush House, it convinced her that Zidane had used Ys metal in his work. Olympie, at Hush House, Madame Bichet learnt enough, she hoped, to persuade a wealthy patroness to purchase the unfinished lark and save it from being sold for scrap by the authorities. Mr. Agdistis wrote a memorial piece for Zuthamilim Zidane. Morgan, Mademoiselle Matutine, hoped to complete Zidane's work, and at Hush House, or so she believed, she found what she needed to do so. Hokebald Apostand, Magister Hokebald planned to salvage Zidane's work when it was, as he hoped, sold for scrap. There's always that side that you wonder, what happens with these two competing forces. Aeson had hoped that Zidane's memorial composition might be played on the unfinished lark itself, but after researching the matter at Hush House, he came to believe that this might be too dangerous. And finally, MCO Lee set off to track down the entity that she believed had murdered Zidane, a renegade spirit of the lower skies. The story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses that moment of experience from which to look back or from which to look ahead. All right, so let's see the gossip. Or intuition in this case. So the question, of course, is why so much Rose? And it's to maximize the number of outcomes that will... it's to maximize the number of times that I'm going to get... going to be able to deal with the bonus Rose events. So we'll start by exalting Reverend Timothy. And in fact, we have enough time we can just jump into the next. We can just jump into the next book. So we'll do Ava's. Oh, hang on. Nope, Confounding Parable helps us. I need the lunar globe. Concursum Diaries, the diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. So this is an 8-rose mystery. I've got 3 currently. So the trick here is I just want to find the skill with the highest level rose. So preliminal meter is 3. Path and Pilgrim, I think, is 3 as well. Yeah. So we'll use preliminal. You're kidding me. All right, to the rose desk. If I have one. Good. Okay, so as you can see here, 6 rows. Not enough. But there are events that will allow me to get things like memories. One of them is an assistant. And so I'm giving Reverend Timothy the intuition. So what I have in my inventory is the gossip, I have Reverend Timothy, and then I have all of the items inside of Hush House that might come up. So if it asks me for an element of the soul, not happening. If it asks me for memories, more likely. So that's basically where we're working on this. So I do not want to craft a confounding parable. Let's try that again. Rose wandering, perhaps. You provided Rose, but not enough to match Mystery Rose. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. And I started that right away because, talking with Reverend Timothy, it's only 30 seconds there. All right, Dr. Redeem is on his way. So we do have a chance to acquire another language. He knows Sabazine. So the Alepian historian, doctor, and above all traveler, the good doctor has been associated with all but one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. He was even secretary Nunkint of Hush House for a little while, but he has never been on good terms with the Suppression Bureau. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. So in this case, we are going to pick up the language from him, and I believe that opens up... Yeah, it's just 2 texts, but honestly, that's 2 more than I had before. Unhatched Hymns and the Carbonek Schism. I've also heard it pronounced schism, and I actually prefer schism, but it does appear that most people say schism. And if I've learned anything, it's to be very focused on what other people say. Peace be with you. I ask entry to the house. If there is an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of this enigmatic language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. This is also a really nice one. So yeah, we are going to need a minute to see what the challenges are. There's no expectation that this is going to work right away. This is, I'm maximizing my chances here, but it may take me a few tries. So opportunities, there's still a chance. So art, it's educational. Right skies, weather. I don't even think there's rose weather. And comfort, relevant furniture. I think we've got it. Let's not completely... Okay, so weather doesn't help us. So I don't know if I have a 2 rows. Yeah, I know. I never really count Noombroom as a weather though. Like, I mean, it is technically, but like for the purposes of reading a book, like I could not imagine reading a book in the middle of Numa. Like imagine you wound up with like 4 or 5 lessons. Actually, I don't know if you get 4 or 5 lessons, but even 3 lessons in Numa if you have a sufficiently high level, sufficiently high level skill. Like that's a great recipe for losing those lessons. All right, so I have a few different options, but honestly, I think I'm just going to mouse over the rows and see what shows up. If I can avoid using up the flowers, I'll take it. The other thing is things like Musgrave to Wolf, we've got some items which are single rows, but if I can take this out with 1 hit, that's better. I was kind of hoping some of the images of the hours would have helped out here, but it occurred to me, so these definitely aren't it. We can't even use the stained glass. There's the velvet. I guess the vagabond isn't anywhere in Hush House, at least not yet. Wait a minute, the velvet was in one of these. This isn't even part of the, oh right, it's here. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, it looks like we're stuck with, at least as far, if I want to use paintings comforts. Oh, that's right, paintings aren't comforts. Chairs are comforts. All right. Well, that's a different matter. I may actually have to use one of the animals in this case, which is not a hardship. Oh. The glinting cranial tchotchke. All of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. What? Okay, my bad. For some reason I thought I saw that flash. Alright, there's a lot fewer rose comforts than in Hush House than I thought. I don't mind... Actually don't mind combing the house though, because this is the type of investigation I should have been doing earlier anyway. Ah, here we are. An Owl of Spirals. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize we had one more Dawn book to catalog. Alright. A little longer than I wanted, but this makes it a lot less pressured for the art. There's still a chance. So I was originally going to use the whist for the money, but in this case I think we can... Wall art. Take a moment to look at something here. There's no way I can pull the wall art, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Fixed in place, I cannot remove this without applying sufficient force to damage it, and no librarian of the house would be so crude. So I suspect that's got to be on the... Yeah, there's got to be comments that people feel like they should be able to move that. Okay, Dr. Serena Blackwood. No one is in the picture, only an empty garden. I don't think the donkey has the rose, no. Okay, as much as I wanted to focus on the Blake pictures. But we got our 8 rows on the first try. I'm happy about that. I'll probably at least kind of take a token gesture towards getting the memory, but I think we're going to have to wait for the next day to see what comes out. So, the Concursum Diaries, the diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. There are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansis subsist in all of these, in much the same way as you find water in a swamp and in a cup and in the sky. Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansis. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the Mansis changes each year, although he assures the reader that the doors have always been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear, at least not while there have been mortals in the Mansis. We're like mice. Okay, so that's another one for me to add to the list. And that gives us intuition. And path and pilgrims. That's not too difficult for us to level up, but I do need to get my health back. So let's maybe for starters. Oh, and looks like Oh, alright. Didn't put it back automatically. Fair enough. We'll drag it back downstairs. I hope I put the painting back. Alright, I'm mad about that. Let's shelve the book and then we can put that in our inventory. Normally there's like an outline. That wasn't where it was before, though. You would deny me the original placement? God, game. Alright, enjoy your new spot, Al. That's weird that they don't... Well, they let the cat go. I wonder. Oh well. Okay, so with Path and Pilgrim, I suppose the first question I would have is realistically, what are my chances of actually level? Very good. So I need to get my heart back. Like, we've got it already. So I'd be stupid not to take that opportunity. We'll wait till tomorrow to handle the other one, but this is a no-brainer. But we don't have the rose. We didn't pick up Fett yet, so we'll take our rest and refreshment. We'll pay our tuppence. And then I guess the last thing we'll do for today, other than lock in that skill, is we will consider the last Dawn book. I feel like a bit of a bonehead for not following up on that, but this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn period, sometime after the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So with all of the omens running around, I definitely feel like I should be engaging with the altars a bit more. But again, it's sort of a question in terms of where I'm focusing my attention. Definitely a lot of crafting today. I'm very happy at how full my sheet is getting. The dream of the conspiracy of the lower skies. The disgraced oracle daemon Azenaton sifts through the tall tales of Penelope of Gordion, the work of the court poet Cal, and the forbidden fragments of the work of the adept Aratres, identifying common themes. So 16 Grail is, while we have leveled up Tridesma Hyra and Resurgences and Emergences, both of them are 9 Grail, so we still need another 7 after that. 8 with the scales. And of course, the challenge here is that I don't have Arab. So what I'm effectively looking to do is find a memory that provides more of any aspect than would be provided by a memory. So essentially, I need to find something very powerful, or I need to think a little bit about how I'm gonna make this one work. I'm not quite ready to put this in the too difficult pile because we've had similarly challenging books before that sort of crack open with fairly straightforward tricks. But yeah, this one I'm not expecting to read for a while. These ones are probably next on the list. But the first priority at the moment is just to get Path and Pilgrim. Unhatched Hymns is not too hard because of Auroral Contemplations. We technically don't even need to bring the Faust in, we just bring the Mirror Scope, but I suppose the question is what else would I be trying to do with that time? And then of course there's the question, do I really want to be reading all of these books at once and not going for visitors? Like, do I maybe want to try and divide my time a little more evenly between trying to unlock new rooms so that I don't spend my time sort of sitting in the Sweet Bones waiting for the right arrival. So anyways, this is going to be turning into a level 4, so Desires and Solutions goes down. Path and Pilgrim, Health, Gossip, Intuition. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. I think it's been a while since we've gotten a new skill. I know there is one that we don't have, at least one that we don't have yet. I suspect there's more. But we do have four languages, and we will be getting 5 in less than 10 seconds. All right, I've learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. You can use and improve this like any other skill. Sabazine. There is a history where Alexander defeated the first great knot of Sabazos and then the King of Kings. There is another history where instead he learnt from them. How many more? If we curl our hands into the correct shapes, we may yet understand. Tumoth, One Lantern, commits to Birdsong and Horomachistry if we are so inclined. And I think I will say that's the end for today. We will see it through to the evening. But this seems like a good place to end it. The skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. So essentially what we're looking for here, 3 rows or scale memories. So Fear, Gossip, Intuition. Yikes. Fear, Gossip, and Intuition, or something equivalent would be an example of that. I do still... Oh, actually, Wrapped in the King also gives me the scale. I owe myself that omen. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow we do something a little bit like what we did on... like we did last time, where we just read both books at the same time so we can have our pick in terms of memories. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So I'm not going to play today, but I did want to see what the weather was. Okay, this is not bad for weather. Not in the sense that it helps me with Path and Pilgrim, but this basically says do whatever you want for the day, basically. So I think the way I'm going to handle it is I do have the option of trying to talk with Reverend Timothy, but probably the better way of going will be Auroral Contemplations matched to Unhatched. Hang on, I can't read these at the same time because I only have I only have one Sabazine language card to play. Okay, so I'll still probably read Unhatched Hymns first. Whether we use Auroral Contemplations or Trist. I suppose it makes a little more sense to read the Carbonex Schism with Trist, because that's Moth. I may not have to use a... Well, no, I wouldn't need to use a memory anyway, because Sacra Lamea has 7 Moth. But yeah, excuse me. It might even make sense not to use the Faust or the Trist at all, but rather to use the Shapt and the Whist. Well, Whist has Lantern anyway, but like to use the things that aren't immediately aligned with the texts. Okay. But yeah, I'll probably wind up reading both texts. I just have to read them one after the other, so maybe either one in the morning, one in the evening, or alternatively one day and one on the other. We will read a bunch of books to get... So yeah, the dilemma that I actually have is to get Path and Pilgrim, I need to give up 3 elements of the soul to read those books. So, that's not that big of a deal, actually. But we do wind up giving up a 4th. So yeah, let's actually do that now. So we'll say the Whist, the Trist, the Shapt, and the... Well, okay. I suppose that gives me the answer in terms of whether or not I'm using Faust for the Unhatched Hymns. Yeah, because we need 3 to get Path and Pilgrim where it needs to be. Then we use the health to level it up. But that's fine, because if I have the Faust left over after reading Unhatched Hymns, then I just simply... like, if I can't use it to level up a skill, then I'll just use it to read Wrapped in the King and get my Earth Sign. And then, presumably, the following day we will read the Carbonex Schism, which is certainly not challenging. It's effectively a 4 Moth text because the language that we need to read it provides 2 Moth. But all of this will be handled on Friday. God, it's already halfway through September. All right, thanks everybody for watching. I will be back on Friday, continuing this playthrough. I do still need to record one more YouTube episode, so I'm probably not going to be able to do that tonight because it's almost 3 in the morning. I rather regret saying that I don't have any Book of Hours people playing. So, let's see if anybody's playing Cultist Simulator. None there. Let's try Phantom Brigade. Industries of Titan. Ugh, all the people who've so kindly given me keys are nobody's streaming their games. Okay. We have Prosciutto Fist. So I actually found Prosciutto Fist playing Book of Hours herself. I don't know if she's going to continue playing it, but she is currently playing Baldur's Gate 3, so I figure it at least connects to the... It at least connects to the, I don't know, the RPG side. That's quite a nice streamer. She was playing a lot of Magic the last time I watched, but... and I certainly don't want to say best available, but in this case, I certainly have enjoyed hanging out in their broadcast. I hope you like their broadcast as well. Like I said, I'll be back on Friday, and hopefully I'll have a YouTube episode for that. But I'm definitely like up against it in terms of getting everything in on time. So have a good evening, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.